house she grew up in and lived in with her parents until after her college days was haunted by an older man who had a bad temper and didn't like being messed with, as well as a little girl who loved to play and be a kid, but was also tormented by the male spirit. I'm not sure if she was his daughter or what, but I'll get to them later. I met Jessica when she was in high school and I was in middle school, but we didn't actually start hanging out and becoming good friends until after she graduated and I was about to graduate high school. We shared a mutual friend, and because of him, I met her, and the three of us were inseparable for quite a few years after that. The two of them ran a theatre group in the small city we all grew up in, and after I graduated, I joined it and did a few plays with them. I had actually first met her when I was in middle school because of theatre. She was on the tech crew, and I wanted to be, so I hung out with them during a play to see what they all did, and she was in charge of showing me things. It was because of the theatre group she started that caused us to hang out at her house all the time. And since I was best friends with our mutual friend, whom she was also best friends with, I kind of became one of the main members of the group too. So we spent a lot of time rehearsing, talking about our next play, or designing sets. Spending all of that time there got her open up about ghosts, and her mom loved to tell me stories too. Apparently, there were so many stories from over the years that her mom started writing them all down on a file on her computer, with aspirations to write a book about it all one day. Some of the things Jessica or her mom told me that happened there. During high school and her affiliation with the drama club and theatre, a lot of people had been through her house, and a lot of them also got to hear the stories. So her house was well known for being haunted. During one cast party for one of the high school plays they did, a girl decided she didn't believe in the ghosts and began taunting them. Jessica informed me that they had discovered that to be a bad move years prior, so she tried taking the girl out of it. But the girl continued to walk through the house, talking trash to the ghosts. In one of the spare bedrooms that had been converted to a multi-purpose room on the first floor was a sewing machine. While in the room talking trash, the sewing machine began running, scaring the hell out of the two of them. What scared them more was when Jessica went to unplug it to get it to stop running, and discovered that it was already unplugged. The girl froze, turned pale white, and fled the house, never to return. Quite a few people witnessed this. I feel like the most activity happened to Jessica, and I think that's because she let it all get to her. Her dad didn't bother with any of it at all, and for all I know, didn't even believe in it. The mum loved it, and as I said, documented everything. She would tell me stories with a smile on her face. But Jessica was terrified of what went on, so I think that's why she was messed with all the time. That, and her bedroom was upstairs. It was the top floor of the house. What may have been an attic, maybe it was meant to be a room. It was finished and had its own bathroom. And honestly, it could have been two big bedrooms, but the entire floor was wide open. Jessica said they would lay in bed almost every night and hear footsteps all over her floor, walking around her bed, sometimes running back and forth. She would feel someone or something sit on the edge of her bed, but she would cower under the blankets and hope it went away. She actually developed a sleep habit where nothing could wake her. I guess she was just so scared of what she might see if she did wake up. I have stories of all three of us hanging out late into the night and trying to wake her up when it was time to go. Once, we laid her on her car hood and blew the horn for a solid minute. She wouldn't wake up. She also had a habit of sleeping and texting people nonsense messages. They were always fun. Both her and her mum told me a few times how they would all be downstairs during the day and hear someone running around above them, when clearly nobody was up there. The running always sounded like kids' feet, not an adult stomping around. One day I went over, as we had planned on hanging out that day. I can't remember what we were doing, probably just driving around. But when I went into her house to get her, She was busy looking around for her purse. Her and I were the only ones in the house. Both of her parents were at work. She looked back and forth every room. The whole time I stood by the front door waiting and watching her look. She told me she had looked in her room upstairs and everywhere else, and that she had just got home from her classes at college a short while before I stopped over, and she had her purse with her then. She knew she brought it in, and had doubts that she had even taken it upstairs. She stopped in front of the bottom of her stairs while walking from the kitchen towards me in the living room, which was supposed to have a door, but it had been removed years before to make the upstairs feel less closed in. While I was watching her stand there and think about where her purse could be, it flew down the stairs, hit her in the chest, and fell to the floor. The look on her face was priceless as she slowly looked back up the steps towards her room, pale as pale could be. I couldn't help it. I laughed. She quickly picked up her purse and shoved me out of the door. We didn't return until much later when she knew her parents would be home. Despite my experiencing that firsthand, I still think the best story of the home happened to Jessica alone, as she was the only one there. I talked to her immediately after it happened and knew she wasn't lying about it. She came home from her college, her parents were away at work, and she went into the bathroom. She said while she was using the facilities, all of a sudden there was crying in the house, like a little girl upset about something. She said it grew in volume until it was coming from right on the other side of the bathroom door. Jessica freaked out and was afraid to leave the bathroom, but the crying wouldn't stop. Jessica, not thinking to ask if everything was okay or what was wrong, if I remember correctly, yelled to go away, but the crying continued. She finally got the nerve to leave and open the door, the crying never stopping. She ran from the bathroom to the kitchen and said the crying followed her. She quickly wrote a note to her parents about what was going on and why she was leaving, and she ran out of the house, crying following her until she was gone. So one night, the cast of the current play she was doing with her group was at her house all day and into the night, working on set pieces in the yard. About the time that everyone decided to leave, just myself, Jessica, and one of the cast members hung around. We cleaned up and went inside to have a seat in the living room. I'm not sure where the parents were, but we were the only three in the house. For whatever reason, we'd been talking about ghosts, and her house specifically. I think it was because the cast member with us believed in ghosts, and I pushed Jessica to tell the cast member about her house. One of the things people experienced there all the time was being spoken to when nobody else in the house could hear it. A lot of people had had that happen to them there, and as Jessica told us about how she would be in her room and hear her mom yell to her from the kitchen, only for her to go to the kitchen and ask what she wanted, to find out her mom never called to her. The other cast member said he heard a bang in the house that neither of us heard, and he said he had only heard it with one ear. So I decided to taunt the ghosts myself, since they responded to that sort of thing. I was ready. I started talking crap loudly, calling them out, and then it happened. Another loud bang, this time from the kitchen. We all heard it. I jumped up and ran to the kitchen to look around, and the only thing I could figure that made the noise was the empty glass on the kitchen table. The bang we heard sounded like it could have been that, but who slammed it down on the table? I walked into the centre of the kitchen, and that's where I felt the spirits. The feeling was intense, and to this day the most intense I have ever felt from a ghost. The longer I stood there, the more electrically charged my body felt. And I got a strong image in my head of who was standing there with me. It was the older man and the little girl. They were standing side by side, and he had his arm around the back of her head with his hand on her shoulder. I'm 5'10", but the man was easily 6 foot, and the top of the little girl's head only went up to his waist. He had short brown hair and was clean shaven, and wore blue jeans and a red flannel shirt. She had long black straight hair and wore a white nightgown. He appeared pissed, and I think his energy is what I was feeling mostly. She seemed scared, And I kind of got the vibe from them that maybe she wasn't his daughter, and that maybe he abused her in some way when they were living, or maybe he kidnapped her. I don't know. Maybe they didn't meet until the afterlife. I certainly hope they didn't die together. I also got the feeling that he was controlling, even in death, and that the little girl was scared of him. The energy was so strong that I had to leave it, or it would have passed out. I was just able to leave the kitchen on my own and felt as if I had been floating away. I couldn't feel myself walking, but I know I was because I was moving back to the living room. I saw everything through tunnel vision, and I was super excited that I just had that experience. The energy I felt from them, wow. Jessica said I was also pale white and looked like I was going to pass out. I remember talking to her and the cast member, I can't remember his name now, about what had just happened. And we all had to go outside so I could come back down to earth and tell them everything. Shortly after that, things went so bad that they had their priest come in and bless the house. Jessica was pissed because she still heard the running around upstairs after the blessing, and I had her tell me again what the priest had done during the blessing. He rid the home of all evil spirits. It must have worked, because he got rid of the man that had been there, but the little girl wasn't evil, and she was still there. Except she was happy, and played all the time, which was bad for my friend, because she had to hear her running around a lot more. They moved out a few years after that, and their new home isn't haunted, I don't think. She's never told me if it is. Maybe I'll reach out to her and ask about that book. Oh, I also found out something a short while after the blessing. Jessica's aunt and her large family lived just a few streets down in a house that looked just like hers. Most of those houses do, as they were all built at the same time. Their house is also haunted. I say is because they still live there and still experience things. And Jessica's cousin one day, shortly after the blessing of Jessica's house, said she saw a ghost in her house and described the man I saw in the kitchen to a T. Jessica couldn't believe it, as her cousin hadn't heard about my experience in the kitchen yet. Apparently, when he left Jessica's house, he somehow ended up there. For all I know, he's still there. She was the type of person that made everyone feel happy and alive. She made watching paint dry so much fun. I've been trying to wrap my head around things and make some sense out of the circumstances, but I haven't been able to. I was already raising her 2 children until she got on her feet. After 8 months, she was 3 days from coming home, but now that day will never come. A little over a week after she passed, I had a dream she was there. She was wearing her ripped jeans and scuffed up black and white Converse that she had propped on the bench she was kicking back on, like nothing ever happened. The moment I saw her, I jumped up and ran over, taking her little hands in mine. I could smell her hair as I was stroking it. She liked to make things with her hands, so they were soft, but her fingertips were a little rough and I felt them. This was so real. Ginny, oh my God, please listen to me. Listen to me. I was frantically telling her that she was gone. I can't tell you how intense this was. I was so desperate for her to believe me that it scared us both. I told her how she died and she looked as if she was trying to remember. And then it was like a light went on in her head and it clicked on how it might have happened. At that moment, a faded image of her brother standing in the background, cupping his face, crying, appeared at a glance and I saw fear in her eyes. She shook her head, no, and put off a vibration that this was a mistake, and she never thought this could happen, and it looked like she finally realised that she was no longer living. She asked me why I was telling her this now, because it was too late. Now, mind you, this was a dream. I told that if there was maybe a chance, maybe in a parallel or alternate time or dimension, and in that time you would have listened to me and not made the decision that killed you. I said that maybe if you believe me, I will wake up in that time or dimension, and you will be walking in my front door telling me that you love me, and all this pain really would be a bad dream. I woke up crying and heard my grandson's voice, who was lying on the bed next to me. He asked if I was crying about his mom. I told him that I just had a bad dream and that I was sorry for crying. He's autistic, so it was hard for him to comprehend at first. He sat up and stroked my face, wiping my tears, and told me, "Mom says she is sorry. She said to trust her because that man did it." My grandson was telling me this like he was just passing a message, and what he said all made sense. The day went on, and my son could definitely see that there was something more to me that day, so I told him about my dream. As I'm telling him, I noticed the blood drained from his face. I asked him what was wrong. He remembered 6 years before Ginny came to him with an, as she put it, really trippy and scary dream about Mom. She told him that I was acting crazy trying to convince her not to do something because it killed her, so she had to change things or she would die. She told him that it really shook her up because Mom, me, was so frantic and desperate for her to believe her that she was dead. She told him that it was so real that it scared her. I remember her telling me something, but she didn't go into details. She just said that she was sorry for whatever it was she did in her dream, and I remember laughing and telling her that maybe it was a sign not to do whatever it was she did. My son and I are at a loss for words on this, and I'm so confused. Is there an alternate or parallel universe? Are there different times and dimensions? Did she ever heed my warning? Did I save her in another dimension? And if so, how many times? It was so real for both of us 6 years apart. Why didn't she listen to me in his life and this time? I know, it was just a dream, but it was so real. I feel blessed to have heard her voice tell me that she loves me and that she's sorry. My son felt her hugs and saw her smiling at him in the workshop. I hear my grandson sometimes talk to her in the other room and it fills my heart. My daughter texts her, trying to pretend there is some sort of normality. She said that everyone mourns in their own way, and the one thing she misses the most is hearing her mother say her name. I think she's wise beyond her age. For my granddaughter's peace, I hope her mother visits her in some way. This happened around 13 years ago, near Elizabeth Lake in California. My kids and I were looking to buy a house. There wasn't a lot in my price range, but in those days, we just wanted a place to call our home. I remembered that it was a sunny day, but it wasn't too hot, so we got new listings from the realtor, and off we went. We had such high hopes, and everything was going pretty well, and we found a few hopefuls. But for some reason, when it came down to the last house that was located on a hill, the realtor told us that she wouldn't be going up there with us. I asked her how it would be getting in the house, and she told me for some reason that there was no point, so nobody ever locks it. Well, I didn't understand what she meant by that, and we all thought she started acting very strange at the end there. But after looking at the pictures of the place, we were excited to go look. The directions were simple. Go up this winding road passing 2 houses on the right, and up at the very top of the hill, overlooking an old, unused road, stood a large, white 2-story house with black trim. It looked a bit tired and the yard was somewhat overgrown. We pulled into the driveway and sat there for a minute staring at the bright red front door. The house didn't look scary at first. All we saw was potential, so I went up to the door with my kids behind me, anxiously waiting to go exploring. You think from our history with the paranormal that I would feel something the second I touched the door handle, but I didn't. As you walk in, you're met by a staircase that went up to a landing, where it turned left and then they turned into open carpeted stairs that went up to the kitchen and living room on the second floor. To the left was a door to the garage, and to the right was a bedroom, and then 3 more bedrooms joined by a long hall that went straight back and a bathroom at the very end. I decided to look in the garage first to check the foundation and pipes, and that's when my daughter Ginny saw a little cross in the sill of the window. Then she noticed another one on the other window. Not thinking anything about it, she asked if she could keep them so she could make some earrings. I didn't see why not. After all, they were left behind. As I started up the open stairs, I felt dizzy, as if my world was upside down, and I almost fell over. Grabbing the rail, I sat down on the top step, and my son Cody came barreling up the stairs and stopped halfway up, and put his hand on his throat while making a face, and ran up the rest of the way. I felt better, so I looked around some more with them. There were large windows everywhere, and a door that opened to a balcony overlooking the cliff part of the back of the house, where we stood for a bit, taking in the beauty, but all of us got an uneasy feeling, so we went in to further check the place out. Cody was looking out the windows in the living room, where he kept picking things up, yelling at his sister that he found another one. My daughter started down the stairs, and she lost her footing, and I remember stating that if we got the place, we'd have to put in another handrail. I looked at the bedroom in the front, thinking that would be my room, but as we walked back, the darker and cooler the rooms were, which I mentioned would be great in the summer. I was looking in the bathroom when I got this cold chill go up through my spine and all my hair raised. It was an undoubtable feeling that I'd had many times before. I heard a breath next to me, and I knew that if I looked, I might see something. So I turned my head, deflecting my eyes with my hand, as I passed by the mirror as I walked out. And that's when my older son, who was in the back bedroom, pointed out that there was a cross over the window and door to the room. Cody then pulled some of the same small crosses out of his pocket and said that he thought Ginny wanted them, so he'd been picking them up for her. I ran to the cross over the window and then to the door and told them that these crosses are different from the ones in his pocket. These are painted over and were meant to stay. At that point, we were freaking out. We saw that over every opening, every window, on both sides of every doorway, there's a cross. Ginny made a good point. As much as we wanted to all run away, we had to put all of the crosses back where we found them. We went together from room to room to put every one of them that they took back. Then we started out the front door. Ginny and I were the last to step out the house. Ginny's words were, "Wow, it's warmer outside." And then I got pushed from the back, almost making me run into her. I asked the realtor why she would even show us the house, but apparently she had never been in the house herself. But you can bet after hearing what we had to say, she never did. We were talking about it later, and we all came up with the same conclusion. That house must have seen a lot of evil. We wonder how long they tormented before they realised that whatever was there must have been too strong for her faith. How bad does it have to be before you throw in the towel? They must have been really frightened for the owner to have painted over so many crosses. When we first moved into this house in Washington 3 years ago, we saw a few random orbs here and there. Nothing that felt harmful. In fact, one orb even danced to the music alongside my granddaughter one day, and it felt like a child. The house sits on acres of field, surrounded by forest and a few farms. For some reason, the guest room, laundry and bathroom are always freezing cold. Plus, cool air comes from the guest bedroom closet. I keep a blanket hanging up in the hall doorway to keep the cold isolated. I figure those rooms are just cold because they're added on and are half built over our well. I have my mother's ashes in my home, but at the same time, I felt bad because when I was asked if I wanted my sister's ashes later, it scared me for some reason. I don't know why. She was a very loving person, but for many years, I felt darkness around her, and I just couldn't. A year passed, and that fear left me. I remembered her telling me one day before she died that she had a recurring dream of her death, and she was stuck in the desert. It then dawned on me that her ashes were being cared for by my daughter, who lives in the desert. It was time to let her be with Mom. After she arrived, her ashes were placed next to our mother's ashes outside my room. And like my mother, she was surrounded by some of her mementos. At first, there wasn't a problem, but after time, that's when the kids started seeing and experiencing things that made them feel uncomfortable. It didn't feel like my sister. This was something else. Strangely, absolutely no one in the family has felt her presence since she passed. I know my kids looked towards me for assurance. I guess they thought that, like in other homes, I could just make it all go away. But I think this stayed hidden from me in the beginning and preyed on those who showed fear. So it was targeting my grown kids, that being my son and his fiancée. I feel bad. I kept telling my son that there was nothing here and that our house wasn't haunted because we cleansed it after my sister passed away. Cody, if you're reading this, I apologize for not wanting to believe you at the time. I was just trying to protect you and the kids from being scared. So these are a few things that have been happening in our home for the past few years. One late afternoon, I was at the store, so my son and fiancée were watching my 2 grandchildren for me. They were playing hide and seek, and they both took turns hiding from the kids in the guest room closet. They told me that something wasn't right there. Each of them experienced what they said felt like somebody or something taking up space with them in the closet, practically in their face. It's been a toy room in the beginning, but the kids wouldn't play in there. The only person who has slept in there with no problem is my ex on a visit. He was a non-believer until just the other day, when we were sitting in there watching a show together, and we observed his dog intently follow something, move around the room. Then the bathroom door opened. His dog watched whatever it was going into the bathroom, and the door shut behind it. At that point, his dog dove under his blanket. My ex's eyes were as big as saucers, and he asked me if I saw what he saw. Laughing inside at the former non-believer, I said yes. No one else was sleeping there, not even me. 6 months ago, my son told me that he went into the kitchen to grab something to drink the night before, and he saw a dark shadow over his left shoulder in his reflection on the microwave. He turned around quickly to look behind him. There was nothing there. He still felt something close to him, and the hair on his arm and neck raised. So when he looked in his reflection, this time in the window over the sink, and again, it was back with its head even closer to his. Then the cabinet door shook back and forth, then opened all the way and shut. He said that he yelled, not caring if he woke anyone up, and ran upstairs to his room. I don't blame him. Many times, he and his fiancée have seen big shadow masses in corners of various rooms, but never in my bedroom. Waiting outside my door where my sister's ashes are, but never inside my room. There was a time not too long ago when they were both sitting in my van talking one night, and they said the form of a man came out from behind the tree, crossed the grass, and sat with his hands in his lap on the front porch bench, then faded away. When they told me about the bathroom, oh my, that bathroom, I can't even. His fiancée was taking a bath after everyone went to sleep, so as not to disturb anyone. She was relaxing in our big old claw bathtub in the quiet of the night, and she heard us all sleeping, so she knew for a fact nobody was up. There was a tapping on the bathroom door. She answered, "Who is it?" No response. The doorknob started to jiggle, then stopped. She said again, "Who is it? I'm in the tub." Still no response. She thought that whoever it was decided to go to the other bathroom, so she relaxed. And as she was laying there, something felt off, and she heard a noise at the door, and she watched as the doorknob slowly unlocked itself. When she told me that, my blood went cold. This didn't just happen once. My son was sitting in there, and he heard tapping followed by the door unlocking on him too. The other day, my son said that he had to go to the bathroom around 3 a.m. He knew everyone was all asleep because he heard us all snoring, so he didn't quite shut the door all the way, but it was closed. He heard heavy breathing as if someone had their mouth at the crack of the door. Then he heard a quiet voice whisper, "I can hear you." That poor boy was scared to death. I, for the first time, experienced the doorknob unlocking on me 3 times in a row in my bathroom last night. That surprised me. It's not always been bad experiences here, though. Since my mother passed, I feel her sometimes around me. We all do. Just last month, I was talking to my son in the living room and I saw a light. We don't live near a street, so it wasn't from a car. It was soft and illuminating as it floated from the front window curtain around to the wall behind my son. I got such a warm feeling and said, "Hello, Mama," and watched as it went behind the recliner where my son was sitting, and then up behind his head and disappeared. He didn't see this or know why I said that. Just then, he shrugged his shoulders up and put his hand on the back of his head, saying that it felt like his hair was stroked. That brought tears to us both. We all know when she's here because it feels warm and loving like her, and sometimes we smell her sweet perfume. My grandson, who is autistic, was too young to comprehend my mother's death. He sometimes talks to her, almost like he's answering what seems to be a question. He's only 6 and has the purest soul. I wish I could hear her voice speak to me again. And then you have things happen that at the time you don't understand, but when you find out, everything falls into place. This was one such time. In March, we had a few aluminium balloons left over from my grandson's birthday, and they lasted a very long time. All of them fell to the floor except one particular balloon. They kept following me midway in the air around the house. The air conditioner or heater was on, and all the windows were shut. I went to my bedroom and it followed and stayed by my bed. I went into the laundry room and it followed there as well. This went on for a solid week. After a while, it started getting annoying, but we didn't think anything of it. We just swatted it away. One day, my son and I were talking in the kitchen, and it came in from the living room where we just saw it laying on the floor moments before, and lowered itself to go under the doorframe and stopped mid-height between us. He took it and pushed it back in the living room. Not even 4 minutes later, and it was back mid-height between us. This time, he put it all the way in the laundry room and it made its way back, lowering to come through this time 2 door frames, and stayed floating midway between us again. At that point, it was too weird. We both looked at each other and said, "Nah." So I took it and said, okay, if this is you, Mom, do it again. I put it back in the living room and it stayed there floating. It didn't feel like her at that moment. It felt different, almost familiar, but not in a bad way. We went back to talking and there it was again between us. Well, I didn't know this at the time. In fact, I just found out a few weeks ago that my dear friend passed away in March and his family didn't have my number to tell me. One of the last things he told me was that when he dies, he's going to come harass me just for fun and to let me know he's here and he loves me. When I found out, I called out to my son saying, "It was Tom. It was Tom." After I told him the sad news, he said that it gave him a bit of peace. We all knew that this was something he would do, and it blew our minds. I just wish I found out then so I could have told him that I love him too. 3 nights ago, I saw a light low to the ground in the kitchen, and 5 minutes later, my granddaughter saw the same light formed like a feather, fluttering in front of her. My son also told me that a light trailed up over and across in his room. Another time he walked into my room and saw a light above my head. My neighbour is confident something happened on this land. I talked to him to see if he had been having experiences or seeing anything unusual without making myself look crazy. He said that he doesn't go out after dark, but he has heard the screams in the forest and his pets acting strangely from time to time. As we were talking, his roommate came home and asked what we were talking about. When I told him, he pointed to the young man I was talking to first and said, "You see, I'm not nuts." Apparently, he has seen things as well and calls what he sees in his bedroom a demon boy because he doesn't know what it is. He even saged his room, and if you think about it, that goes along with the orb that danced with my granddaughter when we first moved in. And no, it's not a demon. I think that perhaps a child is in some way connected to the property, and it might roam. We've seen so many beautiful things here that it outweighs the bad. Someday, after I'm gone, I hope to be a part of that. I want to be the whisper of encouragement in my loved one's ear and a gentle stroke upon their face. I want them to always know that they don't have to be afraid and that they are and always will be loved from now until forever. As for what is here in this house, I think since I've been more aware of the darkness, it shows itself less. I do enjoy feeling my loved ones around though, and my kids do too. Someday we'll move from this place and hopefully only our loved ones will follow. So today, when I arrived home after running errands, my ex, the ex-non-believer, told me that without a doubt he saw something. At first, I told him to stop playing around because I thought he was making fun of us. I've known this man for 24 years, so I know when he's serious, he's definitely shaken. He said that he was standing in the guest room and he was about to go into the bathroom to wash his hands, when someone tall who he thought was my son turned on the light and darted into the bathroom really fast, closing the door behind him. He waited for a bit, but didn't hear anything. He got tired of waiting, so he washed his hands in the kitchen. Still not hearing anything for a while, he went to the door and asked if my son was okay. Still no answer, but the light was still on. Finally, he opened the door only to find nothing. Confused, he went to my son's room and knocked on his door to ask him why he did that and left the light on. But when my son came out of his room, he was wearing a burgundy shirt and pants. With a shake in his voice, my ex asked if he changed his clothes, to which my son responded with, "No. Why?" The person my ex saw was wearing a blue t-shirt and shorts. My son told me that when he opened the door, my ex turned pale. My son's fiancée was in the kitchen today, and we were all putting away groceries. She has mid-length hair, and in front of everyone, her hair flipped up like someone tossed it. It freaked her out, and she said it gave her shivers. Sorry, this post keeps getting longer. I promised my other son I would come help paint his new place, so I bathed my grandkids and made them something to eat. I figured I would only be gone for a few hours, but it took longer than expected. When I arrived, there was all kinds of commotion going on in my room, and my grandson was crying uncontrollably. Nobody could understand him because he was so upset, so he was trying to act out what had just happened. Sorry if I am rambling, but this was very upsetting. After I calmed him down, he told me that he was getting tired, so he laid down. He said something woke him up, and he heard my car, so he went toward the bedroom door, when a dark hole formed at the top outside my door, and a dark, meaning shadow-type boy, came out of it. He said that the boy stood in the doorway and pushed him back and slammed the baby gate, trapping him in the room. He said it was evil. He kept saying that over and over. He's evil. After the gate shut, my grandson screamed, so everyone in the house ran to see what was wrong with him. I know my kids have active imaginations, but I know him. He's autistic. He doesn't lie or make stuff up like this. He was visibly shaken up, and since last night, his story hasn't changed. This happened in Lancaster, California in 1997. I moved to an apartment with my youngest son and his father, Kev. Things were pretty good, so I thought, until they weren't. Kev started drinking again and hanging out with his brothers and some friends. He stayed out for days at a time and would sometimes come home accusing me of cheating. Life sucked. I'd been paying on storage for years. It held all the memories of my family and my other children from a time we once had together. It was very important to me. My car had been stolen prior to moving in, so I had to depend on Kev and his family to take my money and pay the bills. The last few months before I left him, he was acting erratic, more than usual. He started using drugs and it became a way of life with him. One night, I was making dinner and I heard something outside. My name was being called. I looked out the living room window and to my surprise, our quiet street was bustling with commotion. Red and blue flashing lights filled the night, and there he stood in the middle of this, yelling my name. Then an officer came to my door before I could even run out there. He said, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you want to come out and claim your car? If you don't, it'll be towed." What the hell is he talking about? Apparently, his brother took my car and was keeping it at his mother's house for Kev, And now Kev is outside telling the sheriffs that it's my car, so the drugs they found in it were mine. Really? Well, the officer believed me, and he was sent back to prison. So there I sat, alone and in shock, but let's add insult to injury here. The landlord showed up days later, telling me that I haven't paid rent in 4 months, and I haven't responded to letters I never received, so I was out in 10 days. This wasn't even enough time to move my stuff. The utilities got shut off soon after that. Then I found out that he took every cent I put away. My world was upside down, and I felt crushed. I didn't have anywhere to go. I couldn't move to my mother's because, well, it was complicated. Plus, I had prior commitments in Lancaster. I temporarily moved my son and I in with a friend. I needed time to heal from this. I soon found out she was selling drugs. At first we were fine. We kept to ourselves and away from that lifestyle, but my depression kicked in, and the temptation to make the pain go away was too strong. I called my mother and asked her to come get my son. I didn't want him to be around that stuff, and she did. I didn't want any of my kids to see me like that. I was a mess. My self-esteem was the lowest it had ever been. How could I have been such a fool? Every time I drove by my boarded-up apartment with my belongings in there, it was a constant reminder. One day, my friend went and picked up my mail from that place, and there it was, the nail in my coffin. He stopped paying my storage, and it was up for auction for way too much money. That was it. Now I've lost the last thing I was holding on to. Something just flipped in my mind. I was told that I dropped the letter and walked out of the house in my bare feet, wearing just a long t-shirt in the freezing weather. I walked over to the mini-mart and made a big cup of cocoa and walked out without paying. My friend saw me and paid, later finding me sitting in the park just staring at nothing. Man, I was in a bad place. I couldn't bring myself to call my children or my mother and tell them that everything the kids had from childhood was gone. Now this is what I'm not proud of. I felt in my sick head that my children were better off without me. I told my friends that I was off to see my family, and I parked my car 2 blocks away in an alley. I broke into my old apartment with the boarded up windows, went into the back so nobody would notice, and I sat down on my couch. The room was lit by only one candle with a book in front of it, so it cast no shadows, and I wrote a farewell letter to my family. First to my children, each and every one of them, telling them how they should be there for each other, not to be like me, to do great things with their lives. Then a letter to my mother, telling her what a wonderful job she did raising me, and how sorry I was for falling short and hurting her so many times. On every page, the ink was bleeding where the wrinkled pages were soiled by my tears. I had a handful of pills enough to kill a horse. I put them in my mouth and waited. The room was dark and cold. There was nothing left in me. This was it. My stomach felt like it was burning and my eyes started to get heavy. I was alone. I started to fade out and then jolted awake. I looked around and my eyes began to focus. There were people in the room with me, walking back and forth in front of me and behind me, like they didn't know I was there. There was no colour in the room. I reached out my arm in front of me, trying to touch them, but I was just waving my hand through the air. Just then, this lady stopped. She stood there, still facing the direction she was walking. I believed I muttered, "What are you?" At least that's what I heard come from my mouth. She turned her head and looked straight at me and screamed a blood-curdling scream that went back to walking. At this point, my body is still sitting up, but slumped into the couch. It felt like my eyes were rolling into the back of my head, and I got nudged on my chest near my shoulder. "Wake up," he said. He was stern. "It isn't your time." He was wearing a trench coat and everything was grey. My head fell back down and he nudged me again, only harder. "It's not your time," he repeated himself, then a hard slap to my face. It felt like cold air on my neck. There were then hands on both my shoulders, shaking me, flopping my head side to side, and I passed out at that point. I woke up to fingers down my throat and me gasping for air. It was a girl I only met twice. She said she got a feeling I was there and I needed help. She said that she couldn't shake it for hours and that she had never felt anything like that before, so she didn't understand why she was there. She told her friend she needed to break in the door. He was so scared to get in trouble, but he said when he got there, he felt the same thing she was feeling. I will forever be grateful to her for saving me, and to the man for trying to shake me awake until help arrived. And life got better after that. I worked things out in my head. I got away from that life and those people. I learned that you can't do it alone, but we can do it together. I tried to solve a temporary problem with a permanent solution. I found the letters I wrote years later, and it filled me with shame. The mental problems that would have caused my family. What a selfish act. If anyone out there is suffering and feel like there's no way out, there is. Believe me. Stop pushing your loved ones away. They may not understand what you're going through, but they can listen. And if you still feel nobody hears you, please get help. Only time reveals the answers. I was going through a very nasty battle with the father of 3 of my children. I believe children should know both parents and have a positive relationship with them, but this man was evil. We were all scared for our lives, including my mother, and I had to place my children where they would be safe. My mother and sister agreed to take care of my 5 children at the time, until that mess was all over. I made a promise to my girls that they would never have to see that man again. He was a stalker, and he had ways of finding people. He wanted revenge for us breaking from him and running away. We found a small brick triplex townhouse apartment with 4 small garages lining the driveway, with a partially enclosed courtyard with a separate 2-story house in the front. It was a small Spanish community in Santa Paula off 8th Street. The place was not very big, but neither were the kids. The landlord understood their desperation and she let them move in. The downstairs consisted of a living room, bathroom, and a kitchen with an open cubby hole under the stairs. But the living room was only 10 feet wide, if that, but it was long. The stairs were located in the back of the house by the door to the backyard. At the top of the stairs, you met with a bathroom, next to that a very small bedroom. To the left of the stairs in front of the house was a long bedroom. Nothing happened at first. It was a nice relief from the turmoil they had just endured, but things started to change. At first, the kids all slept on mattresses in the small room together next to their baby sister's crib, but they didn't like it in there. The baby would stand there in her crib and scream like something was scaring her. The kids started to wet the bed because they were too scared to go walk through the doorway. Night after night this went on until my mother had enough. She moved all the children into the big room with her, and the baby no longer slept in her crib. My youngest boy at the time, however, didn't want to sleep upstairs at all. We had a couch and love seat, so my sister slept downstairs with him. It was in that house he stopped talking and his diet changed for years to come. He would stand, point and grunt at the open space under the stairs, so my sister had to cover it up with a blanket. The laundry room was located outside behind the garages, so one time when I was there, we were all playing a board game. My sister asked my oldest boy to leave the game and go with her to do a load of laundry. I asked her why he had to go and why the walkie-talkie. She said it was because she was scared. It felt like someone was watching her the whole time she was in there, so I got up and went with her. I felt it too. I came to visit often, always changing my routine, so I knew I wasn't being followed, and every time the tears would flow when I had to go. We would take walks through the neighborhood and dream about us living in one of those big, beautiful houses. Then the kids would ask me if I thought any of them were haunted. I felt like a few of them were. Not because they were old or scary, it just felt like they were. It's also a very old town. It's seen its share of deaths. Each time I came over, they told me about their new friends next door, but they never mentioned the boy in the front house. I saw him in the window upstairs a few times. I even told my mother I thought it was very strange we never saw him outside. I asked the next door neighbour about him, but she said that she had never seen any other children. Just an old lady whose husband died years before. I remember seeing the boy in the upstairs window 3 days after the old lady passed away. It was the only light on in the house. A week later, the landlord told my mother that there were lots of things left behind in the basement that no one claimed that she thought my mother could use for herself and the kids. The basement doors were located outside like a double-door storm shelter next to the house. The landlord opened the doors one at a time, revealing stone steps that went down into the darkness. I took a flashlight and went while my mother waited. I saw old furniture in a crib, toys and boys' clothes in boxes, then a picture. It was unmistakable. It was that little boy. I felt a deep sadness and distress along with so much commotion. Then the walls looked like they were closing in on me, like we weren't supposed to be there touching that stuff. I ran back up the stairs and told my mother, no. We would not be taking anything from down there. Even if there were things we could use, it just didn't feel right. I asked the landlord what happened to the boy now that the old lady died, thinking it was her grandson. She said that there was no boy. Their son died many years ago. He was playing with his dad's gun he found in the basement, and that's where he shot himself. He was an only child. That gave us both the chills. My daughter Penny kept telling me, along with my other kids, all the strange and scary things they were experiencing and about whatever it was upstairs in the hall outside the bedrooms. You always felt uneasy up there. One day, my daughter Ginny was up there. I went into the room to see what she was doing. It was too quiet. She was drawing all over my mother's big stand-up suitcase. When I confronted her, she calmly turned her head to look at me, but it seemed like she wasn't there. I yelled out her name and she looked surprised, puzzled as to what she had just done. She dropped the marker and cried, "What's happening? It wasn't me. I didn't do it." I saw a figure there in the hall many times, most of the time in the bedroom doorway watching us sleep. But there was nothing we could do about it. It wouldn't go away. It wasn't until there was enough money made for them to move. Mom thought that there was a lot of activity because of where it was located. It was near an old train stop and firehouse. You could just feel the history in that place. There had also been quite a number of territory wars there, and a lot of young lives were lost. I was talking to my eldest daughter Penny just the other day, and I told her that I was thinking about writing these experiences down. We both described the same dark figure that wore a hat and would stand in the doorway of the hall, just watching almost every night. Soon after, they were able to move to a mobile home in Oxnard. There had been many times in my life where I had felt like it was my own personal responsibility to be the voice for those too scared or unable to speak out, whether it be someone being abused or a person being tormented by something unseen. I believe that I passed that on to some of my children to stand up for someone who can't. That being said, I would like to share with you one of these such times with something unseen. I met my friend at a self-help meeting in 2006. She exudes class, and I was just a little happy-go-lucky me. We became very close friends despite us both coming from completely different walks of life. Something just clicked. We were there for each other no matter what. Well, things happened in her life that took her to Kansas with her kids. And although I was heartbroken to see her go, I knew it was what she needed at the time. I came out to see her on several occasions, sometimes life events, and other times just because we missed each other's hugs. But every time I went, I felt uneasy in her home. There was just something I couldn't put my finger on that unsettled me. It was a ranch-style 2-story house, built in the 70s with bricks ribboning around the house halfway up the wall, with shutters on all the windows. The entrance to the house has a big, beautiful wood door with a framed, etched panel. As you open the door, you're met with stairs that lead straight up to the second landing. To the right was the living room, and to the left a sitting room, a dining room, kitchen, and den. The first time I went there, I kept seeing something on the landing at the top of the stairs, but only for a moment, but upon second glance, it was gone. One time I saw what looked like a dark figure. I thought it was her small daughter coming down slowly, one step at a time, then disappearing almost at the bottom. Sometimes before entering the house, I would think someone was standing on the other side of the door, because I saw a shadow step up through the etched glass panel. I thought one day I would surprise her by doing something special in her garden in the front. But when I saw that, I just waited outside until she got home from work and didn't tell her. At night, I would start up the stairs, then run real fast to my room. I'm not young, so it may have looked funny. I stayed in a bedroom in the front of the house with all the windows. To me, it seemed a little dark, even though there was natural light. The room was big and the door was all the way across the room that led to the hall. Another room and a bathroom. Christie's room was on the other side. I kept waking up with chills, bounding myself with more blankets, but thought nothing of it. I brought up the shadows to Christie, but she said, "Shut up, don't freak me out in my new house." And with that, I left it alone. I tried to put it in the back of my mind and tell myself it was nothing. I went to her home a few more times, and every time the same thing. Weird dreams, waking up by loud noises in my ear and still seeing shadows. Also adding my name being called when no one was home. I said nothing to Christie except, "Are you sure it's nothing?" She said that she had seen things here and there, but what was worse was her daughter was having terrifying dreams, waking her up at all hours of the night. You know, she could just be having bad dreams, but I'll never discredit the fact that it may be something else, having experienced things myself as a child. The last time I went there, the mood was light. It had just snowed and I had been moved to the smaller room upstairs. Her daughter Lily took over the big room. It seemed like every other night, Lily would have bad dreams calling out for her mother. One night, she went to bed and I followed shortly after. I felt off for some reason. I remember putting 3 nightlights in my room that night. I tossed and turned, but it felt as if something was watching my back. It gave me cold shivers down my spine. I finally fell asleep and had twisted dreams of 2 people. A man and a woman with dark hair that was up almost to a point on top of her head. The only way to describe his hair, as it was short and shiny and went up as well. At one point, he nodded his head side to side real fast and leaned over me, pressing his hand on my shoulder, and screamed in my ear to wake up. I opened my eyes and saw swirls around the room, along with the image of their 2 faces, so I sat up and they dissipated. I could hear Lily start to moan, so I cautiously went to her door and drew an invisible line of protection in the doorway and said a prayer. I went back to my room because it was still dark outside and I didn't want to wake anyone by roaming around. I laid back down and fell asleep, only to be awakened by talking in the hall. I didn't recognize their voices or what they were quietly saying, but it felt like I was being mocked. I saw them standing in Lily's doorway, looking at her, whispering and looking back towards my room. Lily then screamed so quickly, faded away, before Christie turned the corner to console Lily. When Christie woke up, I didn't want to freak her out, but I felt I needed to share some of this with her. I described the images of the man and woman I saw with her, but I don't know if she believed me. Later, Lily came downstairs saying she once again had bad dreams, so I asked her to draw a picture of the people she saw in the dream. She drew the same people I had just described to Christie. Nothing more was said because we didn't want to scare Lily, and I think at the same time, talking about it made Christie uncomfortable. That weekend, we went to the store to do a little bit of food shopping to last me until I headed home. I purchased 2 big containers of salt, and when she questioned me about it, I told her that I just needed them. Maybe I wanted to boil peanuts or something. Monday came, Christie went to work, and Lily was in school. This was my chance. I was planning my attack on cleansing this house, and while I was doing that, I was getting angry. Angry at whatever this was. Scaring a child and infiltrating the safety and peace of my best friend's home. I must have looked like a crazy person. I cleansed every crack and crevice of every room, going as far as getting on the counters, putting salt in the corners of all the cabinets while yelling out, demanding whatever it was to leave, and damning them for daring to even bring fear to a child in the first place. Like I said, I looked crazy. I didn't cleanse the basement because silly me was too scared to go down there, so I salted and used sage around the closed door. I didn't say anything to Christy about what I had just done, and I felt good about it. It was quite some time later, after I was home, we were talking. She said that Lily's dreams weren't so terrifying, and things felt pretty good. She told me that she knew what I did. My reply was, "Whatever do you mean?" Thinking in the back of my head, somehow she had a camera set up, and she thinks I'm nuts. She said, "I found the salt." There was a low point in my life, and I just needed a little help. A friend told me about this friendly family who agreed to rent me a room they built in their garage until I got on my feet. I didn't mind. I made it warm and cozy. I even put a blanket up as a makeshift door for privacy and to keep the cold out. Their daughter Tracy and I became very close. The heads of our beds were separated by the garage, and we would sometimes talk to each other through the paper-thin wall when her parents were asleep. It was a small 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a garage in the front, located directly across from Palmdale Mall. You walk through the front into the living room and kitchen, then to the right, an open doorway to the hall, her room, then the other rooms in the back. One night I was sleeping, and I woke up feeling dread. I started to hear thumps and noises on the other side of the wall that I couldn't explain. At first, I thought it was her TV on low, and her just moving around to get comfortable, but I soon realised that I was hearing her. It sounded like she was crying, almost as if into a pillow. I couldn't make out what she was saying. "No, go away, please." Then I heard her scream out my name. I ran into that house so fast that I beat her parents to her room. As I approached her open door, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. It was a grey mist hovering over her bed, like a sheet, and she was laying there gripping her blankets up to her neck. The second I entered the doorway, I saw the image of a withered older man, pressing his face against hers, and then it whipped its head and looked straight at me like I was intruding. Its face then twisted and grimaced at me as she screamed my name again, but louder. I could feel its hate, and then it wisped away like long strands of hair blowing in the wind, followed by a dark shadow that trailed behind as quickly dissipated. I was the first to run to her bedside, holding her tight. I rocked her in my arms. Her body was shaking, and it took what seemed like forever for her to calm down enough to tell us what happened. She said she'd just laid down and turned the light off in a nightstand when she heard something coming from the other side of the room near the closet. Tracy said that she sat up trying to adjust her eyes when she saw what looked like a mist on the floor moving towards her bed. The room started getting colder. Tracy saw a face forming with a full body stretching out, and it started crawling up the end of her bed onto her legs. Tracy tried to move. Still, she felt frozen with fear. Tracy told it no, but it just kept crawling up her body until his face was on top of hers. She said, "That face! He was smiling while he was choking me and taking my breath." Then she said that she screamed out my name. I don't know why her parents just blew it off. They told her it was probably a bad dream that felt real, but I believed her. They didn't see what I saw. I asked her dad the next day why they reacted like that and didn't support her fear, and he told me that he just thought she had an overactive imagination. He said that they see things all the time as well that can't be explained, but they don't freak out about it. He told me they named it Charlie. We strung white Christmas lights throughout her room after, and from that point on, she never slept with her lights out. A couple of months later, the weather was starting to get cold, almost unbearable, and they were kind enough to let me sleep on a recliner in the living room that was facing the doorway to the hall. They had a baby gate in that doorway to keep their dog from going into their bedrooms at night, and I didn't mind sharing my chair. The dog kept me warm. On this particular night, it was late.
Everyone was in their rooms and it was quiet. The sound of the ticking clock was lulling me to sleep. I must have been knocked out for a couple of hours when I heard the gate rattle. I thought it was just her father getting a late night cup of coffee like he had done so many times before, so I didn't even look out of my covers. Only thing was, this time I didn't hear him in the kitchen. Oh well, I thought, it was probably someone going to the bathroom, so I fell back to sleep. Once again, I was awakened by the gate rattling. Only this time, it was louder, as if someone was intentionally trying to wake me up. The dog next to me started shaking and growling, so I peeked out from under my blanket. There he was, standing with his hands on the gate, shaking it. He shook it louder and louder, and the dog started to bark. I thought someone was going to hear all the racket and come out, but nobody did. I was alone with this thing glaring at me. His face started to morph, and his mouth stretched open, but I could somewhat see through him, and in a deep guttural voice he adamantly told me to get out. I put the blanket over my head and cried, "Okay," over and over until he disappeared. I stayed up all night watching TV, just waiting until someone woke up. It wasn't more than a few days, and I was out of there. Pretty soon after that, they ended up moving too. Not for the same reason, but I'm glad they did. I can't tell you the backstory of the house or who that older man was. Later, I worked doing maintenance and painting for the real estate company that contracted that house, and every time that it would come up for repairs, I bid it off to one of the other workers. My sister was unique, very funny, special, and the most loving person, but she did have a very dark side, and we all knew that. My sister was the eldest of 6, 5 girls and 1 boy. She had a spirit friend at a young age and had quite intelligent conversations with her. My mother even asked her to ask the friend things she never would have known the answer to at that age, but it floored my mother when she gave her friend's very mature response. She told me later that she felt like her friend was there because she needed her at the time. And after she grew older, her friend told her it was time for her to go. She lived through the hardest of times with our mother's very abusive marriages, divorces, and ever-changing locations and lifestyle. In some ways, I think it made my sister feel very protective over Mom, almost borderline obsessive, doing anything in her power to get our mother's approval, even if it hurt one of us. In some ways, we believed she resented us for taking Mom's attention. I think she resented my brother the most for being the only boy of the family and getting all the praise that came with that role. It broke my mother's heart when we got married and moved away, so needless to say, my sister wasn't too fond of his wife and made every attempt to distance our mother and his relationship with her. Then it was our second to the eldest sister, because she was always getting into trouble for attention growing up, and even into adulthood constantly stressing our mother out. And myself, because I was the baby of the family. My mother and I had a special bond nobody could ever break. My sister had always been a little unstable, but there was a shift. Things just changed after the house in Alexandria. I slept with Mom there, and I remember night after night, she would sit on the edge of our mother's side of the bed, projecting negativity and expressing delusional problems for things that hadn't even happened, until Mom started to cry for her to stop. It could have been that something may have attached itself to her, but I don't know. Fast forward to the end of my sister's life. My mother passed away at the age of 87 from cancer, leaving my sister feeling alone, not wanting to live anymore. She would never take her own life, but she longed to be with our mother in the afterlife so bad. She had been suffering for a long time, with her own medical issues while Mom was alive. But now, she felt like there was nothing left to fight for. So if she just stopped her treatments, the end would come. We all tried to bring her home with us, but she just wasn't having it. She suffered from paranoia, and she wanted to stay in that cold, empty place. She would just sit there, holding Mom's things, staring off in the distance, like she was simply waiting. I was there one night,
helping like many nights before. When she asked me to come sit close to her, she said it was very important, so I moved closer. She told me that she was worried. She was at the end of her life and she felt like she needed my forgiveness. She said that she had done things, bad things. I told her that we have all done things we're not proud of, but she insisted what she had done was not good, and it impacted many outcomes in my life. She looked very worried. She wouldn't tell me what those things were, but I'm pretty sure I knew, and they didn't have an impact on my life in a negative way. She said that for many years she had felt a dark presence clouding her thoughts. She opened her hands, spreading her fingers, and hovered her hand over the top right side of her head and said, "Right here." I had always felt something around her as well, but I only told my mother about my concerns. The end of her days, she suffered greatly. I wasn't there when she passed. I was 2 states away, so one of my sisters sent me a picture of her in her final days. She was propped up in her hospital bed with her eyes wider than I had ever seen them, staring up to the right above her head, right where she said she felt that negative dark presence. This was not just a glazed stare, this looked straight up like fear. I called and asked the nurse how long she had been staring like that, and they told me that it had been so long, they started using eye drops so her eyes wouldn't dry out. What was she looking at? It haunts me to this day. The night she passed, it was late, so I waited until morning to tell my brother. He didn't seem surprised and asked me what time she took her last breath. He said he had a feeling, and with that I replied, "How so?" He proceeded to tell me that after he turned the light out and closed his eyes, something dark rushed at him. He said it was cold and frightening, and all of a sudden her face came to his mind and it felt like her. He just knew she had passed. Oh man, did that ever freak me out. A few days later, my eldest sister and my brother's ex-wife, they lived together, called me telling me that things crashed in their bathroom at 5 in the morning, and the dog wouldn't stop growling at the top corners of the room. They asked me if I could help them cleanse their apartment, so I did. Now I'm thinking that I'm the next one on the list. But nothing happened. Almost a week goes by and I'm lying in bed. My grandchildren sleeping with me. My grandson looks up towards my bedroom door and says, "No, no, no, Spooky." He was 4 at the time. I didn't even look. I told him it was all right and that the bed was covered in white light and we were protected. I moved my hand as if I had a magic wand and was covering us like a blanket. He sat up and looked around and said, "Oh, thank you," and went to sleep, and so did I. My son and his fiancée, on the other hand, did not go to sleep at all that night. Now I keep a very bright night light on in my room, so there was no explanation for this. I live in an old farm-style house with a loft upstairs, where my son has his room. The door to the stairs goes into the kitchen facing my room. My son said that he and his fiancée came downstairs to the kitchen. They both looked toward my room to see if I was up, but in the doorway, they described it as light-absorbing darkness. They both stood there in disbelief, stricken with fear trying to see in my room. It was almost as if whatever it was couldn't get in there, but it was standing there just feet from my bed. It stayed there for a while and then went away. Later that month, my grandchildren and I drove down to my mother and sister's home to put all of their remaining belongings into storage, and that's when we were met with that same darkness that shook us to the core. It left me questioning life events from the past. Was it this thing that made her that way, and did it have a hand in changing the course in our lives? Or was what we saw in that house something else altogether? I hope she finds peace. I find it strange that everyone in my family, in one way or another, has experienced something warm and loving with my mother. A touch on the hand, a stroke on the cheek or back, followed sometimes by the smell of her perfume. But no one at all has been visited by my loving sister. It breaks my heart to think that we don't really know what is on the other side. Is she being held somewhere and we can't help her? Or did she simply just move on? I hope it's the latter. Someone brought something up that made me think. I have to agree. He said, "It sounds like it lost your sister when she died. That's why it's been showing up at other family homes. It was looking for a new host, but it seems none of you were in a dark enough place for it to force an attachment. When she passed, one of my sisters stayed, whispering spiritual affirmations, quietly suggesting she go into the light until she was gone, and that gave me peace." Prior to 2016, I lived in Palmdale, California. My sister, Honey, and my youngest daughter lived with my mother in a rented townhouse apartment in Oxnard, about 2 hours away. Every week or two, I made the long drive to take them shopping and clean their house because they were both disabled. My mother was my heart and my sweet sister helped raise me, so anything they needed, I was there for them. On the first floor, the kitchen was in the back with a door that opened to the backyard, then a big open space, then the living room and the front door. On the right, the bathroom and my mother's bedroom. The stairs were on the left with a half-wall railing going up the first landing. My mum was sitting in her lift recliner, so the right facing the base of the stairs. One night, we were all sitting in the living room watching a show with the lights on, and my daughter was upstairs in her room. We were laughing at someone we saw on TV, when I saw something on the stairs. It darted down the steps real fast, peeking up at me, then ducked down behind the railing, followed by a cold chill that entered the living room. My mother commented that it was cold and pulled her robe together. At first, I thought it was my daughter playing tricks on me, but when she didn't pop up, I felt concerned. I said, "Mama, did you see something?" Because she had full sight of anything there. She said, "No, dear. I thought I did, but there's nothing there." That's when it hit me, and instinctively I knew what it was and where it came from. I ran up the stairs and burst into my daughter's room. "What did you do?" She looked at me with her eyes wide. She knew exactly what I was referring to and started apologizing. I told her to tell me what she did to bring it into this house. She proceeded to tell me that when her girlfriends were there, they thought it would be fun to summon a spirit. Then they tried to reach the father of one of her friends who passed away 2 years prior. But she said something else came through and it scared them. So they stopped and her friends ran home without even saying goodbye. Well, I was furious. How dare you play with something you don't understand? I told her that I knew she was just trying to help a friend, but for heaven's sake, I warned her years ago never to mess around with things she didn't understand and had no control over. I was thinking that not only do I constantly worry about my family's health now, I have to worry about this. I asked if she at least closed the door, and she looked at me with a blank stare. Obviously, she did not. She said they made a Ouija board out of paper, and when they were done, she ripped it up and threw it away. That door had to be closed. We gathered the pieces and she called her friends. 2 of them were too scared to come back, so we had to perform the closing without them. But in the back of my head, I knew that it didn't work, and it was still there hiding. At that point, there was nothing I could have done viewing the circumstances at the time. Fast forward to 2016. I had an opportunity waiting for me in Washington State, so I begged and pleaded for my mother and sister to go with me. But my sister Honey was fanatically scared of change, and although my mother desperately wanted to go with me, she couldn't leave my sister's side. I wish now I was more persistent. So I moved, reluctantly leaving them with my daughter and her now husband to take over their care. Within those 2 years, my eldest sister Honey's health severely declined, and my mother shared with me 8 months after I moved that she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I flew and drove back and forth to be with them, and every time I showed them pretty pictures of my new life and our beautiful green surroundings, asking them to return with me, and every time Honey would say that she's too apprehensive to leave and said no. In 2018, they both passed away. My mother from cancer and my sister from an existing illness, taking a big part of my heart and my soul with them. My daughter and her husband moved out, leaving all of my mother's and sister's things there. Somebody had to put their stuff into storage, and of course, it had to be me. Even though I was the youngest of six, I felt it was my duty. I drove there with my 2 grandchildren, 8 and 4 at the time, because there was no one available to watch them for that longer time period. When we arrived, the place was in shambles. Dirty dishes and mouldy food lined the counters and was piled up in the sink, and it looked like soot all over the floor. Mom and Honey's personal belongings were strewn around the house, and in my mother's room, a barricade of trash piled up all the way up to her door. In the middle of the floor in the open space was a full-length mirror I had never seen before, hanging off a wooden ladder. I just stood there and cried. I set up a clean spot in the living room for my grandson to play on his tablet, and my granddaughter wanted to help. As I was bagging things up in the kitchen, I noticed her just standing there staring into the mirror. I didn't think anything of it, but she kept standing there. Then I heard her say to me while not looking away, "Nana, can you get rid of this mirror?" I thought she wanted me to move it, but she was adamant that it had to be taken out of the house. I asked her why. She looked so scared. And she told me that while she was looking in the mirror, she was standing alone. She couldn't see anything in the reflection around or behind her. Just darkness all around her, and something was coming. I looked at the mirror, not at myself, and it did look very dark. Say no more. Not only did I take it outside, I smashed it into little pieces and threw it in the trash can. We decided to sleep in the living room, and it took days to even come close to being done. This was the last night, and we were done. I just mopped downstairs, so I locked the doors and all the windows in the whole house, and we slept upstairs in the bedroom, across from my daughter's old room. We hunkered down on some mattresses on the floor. I always left a light on in the hall. I'm reading a book online. My granddaughter had fallen asleep next to me, and my grandson was on his tablet at the end of the bed. I was getting sleepy, and my grandson started to yawn. He looked up from his tablet and his eyes got big. Then he ran to the door shouting, "Spooky!" and slammed it. Running back, he quickly got under the covers and got as close to me as he could, making me feel very uneasy. I could see movement in the hall, dimming the light around, and under the door making swirling, strange shapes, as if someone were pacing, followed by surges of blackness and wisps of cool air coming from the space under the door. That night was long, and I felt on guard until I finally fell asleep as well, but woke up hours later and had to go to the bathroom, but I was too scared. I was waiting until daybreak, but I couldn't wait any longer. I slowly opened the door, fearing what was waiting for me on the other side. There was nothing, but I knew there was. I could feel it. I tried to be as fast as I could, and I left the bathroom door open so I could hear the kids. Then I ran back, hearing a swoosh behind me. I slammed the door and laid holding the kids until daybreak. I received a call from my sister later that morning. She couldn't understand how we'd been able to stay in that house. When I asked her why, she told me that when she was there grabbing some boxes of pictures, she heard noises coming from my daughter's room upstairs. She said it was loud, and she felt an evil presence, and everything inside her told her to leave, so she did. She told me that my son-in-law, for which I had no knowledge of at the time, was practicing black magic and summoning dark energy in that room. Not cool. Late that afternoon, everything was done. The kids were in the car and the car was packed. I just wanted to look in my mother's bedroom one last time where she used to sleep. These walls held so many memories. I felt like if I looked hard enough, I would see her laying where the bed had been, and in my mind, telling me not to cry. As I stood in the doorway, a chill went up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck and my arms started to raise, and I could feel something closing in on me. In my ear, I felt a warm breath and heard one loud word. Run. I ran out of the house so fast without even locking the door. As we were driving off, my granddaughter asked me who was standing in the window upstairs. Let me start by saying we had a good and loving mother. She put us before anything and anyone. She sometimes worked 2 jobs to support the 6 of us. She did the best she could with what she had and what she was capable of at the time. I also know she had a personal passion for spiritual growth, the metaphysical and occult sciences. I think she was addicted to the sensation of the phenomenon. I think in some ways it opened doors to the other side. It just became a part of our lives, and we happily were along for her journey. When I was 5 years old, my big toe was cut off in some bicycle spokes. My siblings were told not to put me on the back of the bike without my shoes on. I guess my sister didn't get the memo. I was the youngest of 6, 4 girls and 1 boy. I slept with my sister closest to my age, but after the accident, I couldn't be in the bed with her because I had to sleep with this thing that helped my foot stay in place. And she might have moved in her sleep and hurt me. My mother made a cozy pad with blankets and pillows next to the couch where I could safely sleep in the living room. At that time, we lived in a townhouse apartment in Hollywood, California. It had a big living room with very high ceilings. To the left was a wide arched doorway that leads to the dining room and kitchen. Across the length of the archway were rolls of film strips my mother got from her job, and they streamed down across the doorway like beads. Straight ahead was the staircase, and under the stairs in a cubbyhole was my mom's desk. To the right were a long leather couch and my bed pad. Running up the wall to the ceiling behind the couch were huge psychedelic Zodiac posters. People thought our place was groovy. It's the late 60s. We all saw little things here and there. Nothing really scary, just odd. A couple of times we heard running down the stairs while we were sitting on the couch or creaking in the hall. My sister and I saw someone who looked like our grandmother standing in our bedroom doorway for a long, long time, just staring at us. It was too dark to see her face. My mom told me that I talked about seeing angels and how I said that I picked her before I was born because she was what I needed for my life. I might remember bits and pieces, but that has all pretty much faded away. But this didn't. My eldest sister and I were watching The Late Show in the living room. Her on the couch and I was on my pad. Everyone else was in bed. I must have fallen asleep, so she turned off the TV and covered me up, then went upstairs to bed herself. After a while, I woke up. It was so quiet. The moonlight coming through the kitchen window was shining on the film strips hanging from the dining room archway and reflected small colour images on the floor. Because of this thing holding my foot still, I couldn't move. As I was laying there with my head on my arm, my eyelids were getting so heavy. I had my arms stretched out across the floor, looking at the pretty colours from the film dance on my little fingers, when I noticed the change. The colour reflections were moving. I looked up the archway, and the strips of film were moving as a breeze hit them. I laid my head back down and watched them start to sway back and forth. Then they started swaying in sync with each other. I didn't know to be scared. I was so young. They kept swaying, then all of a sudden, they stopped. Just like that. All of them at the same time just stopped. I was very curious. I propped myself on my elbows, still laying on my back, and tilted my head. I saw a figure behind the film casting a shadow next to me. The film strips started to separate as if someone was walking through them. It was an almost human form, but it was grey with no distinctive face. It had a male's energy. I could see him as he stepped closer. I looked down and noticed that he had no feet. I looked back up at him, but instead of him across from me now, he was crouching down 2 feet from my pad on the floor in front of me. I remember wondering why he had no light coming from him. I wasn't scared at that point. I just didn't understand. I got even closer and leaned over my head. I innocently looked up at him. He was less than 2 inches from my face. I could feel his cold breath on my nose, drying my eyes, to the point that tears started rolling down my cheeks, and for the first time, I felt real fear. I attempted to call for my mother, but nothing came out. My heart was beating so hard and fast I could hear it. I tried to scoot my body back, but the thing holding my foot wouldn't let me. He was leaning his whole form over my little body. I began to sweat when he started making an inhuman noise. It started out sounding like radio static, a low chuckle into a high-frequency long screech, then a pain piercing into my big toe. It felt like a long burning needle going into the bone. I wet the bed with fright and I heard a loud ringing in my ears. Everything started to echo and spin. I remember seeing the room flip upside down and it all turned white and I passed out. I woke up to my mother cradling me and calling out, "Baby, baby, you alright?" I guess she had a feeling, so she ran downstairs. She said that something told her to check on me. She never told me if she saw anything. There was blood coming out of my toe. The doctor said I must have ripped out the stitches in my sleep, even though I know I didn't move. My sister just recently told me, after that happened, our mother had the apartment blessed, and that's why I never saw that thing there again. All I know is that she never let me sleep alone in the living room. In fact, after my toe healed, I slept with my mother from that point on, and she held my foot all night. This happened around 2007. I involved myself with self-help meetings, and I was there almost every day. I immersed myself into helping others and being of service. I included my daughter in those meetings, and she really enjoyed all of the camaraderie we had there, almost like a second family. We were respected and well loved. Well, I didn't go around telling people about mine and my family's past, or our paranormal experiences. I didn't want anyone thinking I was weirder than I already was. One day, this lady started sharing about her house being haunted. I didn't think much. People are always jumping on the paranormal train when it could just be explained by air coming from the vents moving the curtains, or pipes rattling in the night. I'm a very big on cause and effect. My daughter, on the other hand, whispered to me that I should help her. I whispered back that she had always been a storyteller. Everyone knew that. And I thought she was just trying to get attention like so many times before, and left it at that. Besides, she'd always been rude to my daughter, and I, despite us trying to be kind, so why would I bend over backwards and put myself out there like that? Time passed, and one morning she came in a little dishevelled. It was before the meeting, and I was setting things up. I asked her what was going on, and she just replied with, "I need coffee. Long night." So I shrugged my shoulders and moved on. The meeting started, and it was her turn to share. She started by telling everyone in the room that she wasn't crazy, and that her house was haunted. People started to roll their eyes, but I was listening. She said it was watching her in the shower, and it would move her towel, watch her sleep, and sometimes shake the bed. She then said that her child didn't want to be in the crib in his bedroom, and would scream all night, waking up with scratches on his face and back. Just then, I looked up from my paperwork on the table in front of me and saw her face. I knew she wasn't lying. My daughter then touched my leg and whispered, "Please help her." Please remember that I'm not a self-proclaimed anything, but a child. I knew what it was like to be in that situation as a small child, and even if I didn't care much for her, I can't let a child suffer. After the meeting, I pulled her aside and told her I might be able to help her, but I needed to walk through her house first to just get a feel of what we were dealing with, and she seemed happy that someone believed her. My daughter wanted so badly to go with me, but I never allowed my children to get involved in things of that nature. She was very persistent, so I figured, what could it harm? I'm just doing a walkthrough. When we arrived at the house, she greeted us at the door with tea and cookies. I stepped through the door, and despite all the lights on, the room seemed dark. I asked her ahead of time to make sure her air was off and all vents and windows to be closed. We went room to room and corner to corner, feeling a definite change in density and temperature. My attention kept pointing towards her bedroom wall. I asked her what was on the other side, and she told me about a closet and to feel free to go into that room. As I walked through the door, I felt something inside me pulling me back. The room had pictures on the wall that were ripped, just hanging there. A Barney poster ripped in half, still stapled to the wall. Things were strewn about the room. Just then, the door to the closet opened on its own, and a cool breeze swept out. I didn't feel we were alone. I then backed out of that room and closed the bedroom door and asked her where her child was. She just said, away. We sat down on the couch and she proceeded to give us the rundown on specifically what and where things were happening in the house. As we were talking, I noticed this very large fly. It was winter. You don't normally see flies in the cold weather. It was hovering over her head for a while, then over to my daughter's head, widely avoiding me altogether. This went on for a while until it landed on my daughter's shoulder. Just then, a tuft of her hair started to rise. She brushed it down with her fingers and looked concerned, like she was thinking, did anyone else see that? I don't think the lady noticed. The fly then flew up above my daughter's head, and this time a bigger amount of her hair suspended straight up. I quickly got up and excused ourselves to step out the front door and assured her that we were not leaving. She was acting a little frantic that I was talking my daughter outside with me. It was at that moment I realised that my daughter was too vulnerable and needed protection. I said a protection prayer and covered her with white light and told her to wait in the car. When I came back, it was like she was a different person. She'd cleared the table where we were last sitting. I was only gone for a minute. She then informed me that everything was fine. She was sure it would all go away. I then asked her about her little son. Didn't she ask me to help because of him? She told me that he had cried too much, so we got rid of him. She said it like she was just blowing it off and it wasn't a big deal. She said that a few days prior, she told the authorities that her son won't sleep in his bed and he won't stop crying, so she gave him over to children's services. I just stood there in shock. What the hell just happened? As I'm walking to my car, she said, "Hey, bring your daughter back any time." She didn't come to very many meetings after that, and when she did, my daughter and I avoided her like the plague. A friend told me a few years later that she saw her at social services with her kids. She told her that she moved. I didn't even know that she had more than one child. I guess she got them back. Even though on a personal level I don't care for her as an individual and as a mother, I hope they're all doing well. My name is Brandy. I'm 56 and I live in Washington now. All these years, my kids wanted me to write down events that happened to myself and my loved ones. Quite a few members of my family have recently passed away, leaving so many untold stories. So I didn't want these experiences to die with me. So for my children, here it goes. A lot of messed up and supernatural things have happened to us in our lifetime. Most with witnesses. This is one of them. About 27 years ago, while house hunting for a rental, I met the former renter of this run-down but livable house. She warned me not to live in this house because I have small children, and not only was it run down, it was very haunted, and never, she was stern, never let a man live there with you, because he'll be taken over by the evil that lives there. Now, I'm thinking she's crazy. She was just mad at the landlord for something. We needed a home desperately. I was also thinking that I've lived through worse and houses could always be cleansed, so I blew it off. I ended up renting the house, but I soon realised that I should have heeded her warning. The house was musty and old, made of wood. The walls, the ceiling and floors were all wood. Even the bedroom doors blended in with the walls, but the bedrooms were painted on the other side. There were French doors all along the front of the house going into an enclosed but open viewed screen porch with a front door. The main living space was long and open. The living and dining area was stretched into one long room, and it was always cold despite having the heater on and it being in the desert. It was located in the high desert of California, on the corner of an acre lot of barren desert, and across the street there was a popular grocery store and a few small shops too far for anyone to hear us. It served as a town hall back in the day, and I think a turkey ranch before that. It was 6 a.m. and we had planned a 3-day trip to the happiest place in the world, Disneyland. My kids, Michael age 1, Penny age 4, and Ginny age 3, were all sleeping on my bed in our bedroom at the other end of the house, so I could pack in peace for the trip in the dining room and not wake them. But I could see the bedroom door, and it was closed, and I was standing up, folding clothes at the table. My boyfriend's mother, Opal, was sitting across from me when we heard the bedroom door creak open slightly. We both looked up, and it was my daughter Ginny in her little pink and white flowered onesie. I said, "Ginny, now you know it's too early. Go back to bed." And she said, "Me up now, Mummy," in her sweet little voice. It made us both chuckle, and I told Opal that I thought she was just excited. I said, "No, baby, we're not going now, so please go back to bed." She stumped her foot, which we could feel vibrate through the floorboards. Oprah then told me, "You better go put her back to bed," and I agreed. As I'm making that long walk towards her, I'm keeping eye contact. As I'm walking, I tell her, "No, baby," and once again she stomps her foot, smiles and says louder, "Me up," with the sweetest smile, and she tilted her head. Opal even muttered, "Aw." It didn't dawn on me at the time how perfect her little pigtails were. At this point, I'm extending my hands towards her, but that smile though. I get about 6 inches from touching her, and all of a sudden, she turned black and disappeared. Almost like sand falling to the ground, followed by the door quickly closing behind her. Opal had a surprised response. "What the hell?" Shocked, I stood there with my hands still extended, and then the fear came all over my body, like hot and cold needles. My kids were all sleeping behind that door. I grabbed the handle and swung open the door, fearing for the worst, only to find my little Ginny fast asleep, with her sister's leg over her. It couldn't have been her. Although unsettling, Opal and I didn't talk about what happened, and later that morning we all piled in the wagon and went on our trip. We had a great time, but when we came home, we were met with all of the lights on and old music playing loud coming from the inside. People were standing around in my living room, 2 separate groups like 2 different periods of time. I turned to my boyfriend and asked how these people got in, and if he left the door unlocked. He told me, "No, why the hell would I do that? You saw me lock it." We all got out of the wagon and cautiously approached the front door. As I got closer, I could see a couch not where our couch was, with a man in a white tank top sitting there. He was dirty, and he was looking at this boy standing in the corner with such hatred. You could tell the boy was abused by the way he was standing there with his head down. That's when he looked up at me, and it pierced my soul even now thinking about him. The kids were scared, and the dog was growling. I grabbed the doorknob to put my key in. Just then, the music stopped and the lights went out. We opened the door, and nothing. Nothing had been moved, and no one was there. I couldn't get the image of that sad-looking little boy I saw standing there out of my mind, and it was a while before I saw him again. It was a nice day. My boyfriend and his mother were still at a doctor's appointment, and the kids and I were out grocery shopping, having a good time. I usually kept the living room light on when I knew we were going to get home after dark. I didn't realise we would be gone that long, and it was just starting to be dusk. I pulled into the gate, and I think the kids were a little too rambunctious. Too much spare change quarter machine candy, I guess. I sat for a moment planning my attack with getting all these groceries, a sleeping baby, and the two girls up the steps and into the house, when I noticed movement in the living room. No one was home. I could hardly see anything in there because the light wasn't on. I started to get out when the girls jumped out of the car and started running for the steps. "Stop!" I yelled and ran over to them. Well, you could hear noises like a child running around, and my eldest daughter to this day says she saw a little boy and described him to a T. But at that moment I thought it might be an intruder or something. 3 steps went up to a landing, a locked front door opening into a window screened in porch. Then the 3 French doors. I told the kids to go to the car, but they were too scared to leave my side, both of them clutching the back of my shirt. I armed myself with a big stick by the landing and forged through. I burst through the door to the porch, and he was there, his face with his 2 hands cupped against the glass, as if he was peering out, and then he vanished. It was the boy I saw standing in the corner that day. We went inside, and I searched every room with my obviously frightened children practically attached to my side. There was no one there. Was my mind playing tricks on me? And was I projecting my fear onto the girls? I turned on all the lights and ran to get my sleeping baby and the rest of the groceries out of the car when I stopped in my tracks. There, on the glass, were 2 crescent moon handprints, and it was fogged up where his nose was. It stayed there for at least 20 minutes. Let me add my thoughts here. I don't always need words to communicate with them, or for them to get a message to us. They're not bound by flesh. It's important that you have an open mind and always keep your will strong. At night, you could look out the French doors at the stores across the street and see the vast desert behind them. The property was pitch black, so you saw the reflection of yourself and whatever was behind you. That night, everyone was asleep. It was near Christmas, so I was admiring the lights decorating the storefronts when I felt one of my children through the floorboards skip up next to me and heard a faint giggle. I felt a tug on my shirt, so I turned my gaze to the reflection, extending my arm over as if to caress the back of his head and pull him next to me. It didn't hit me. This wasn't my child. He came in under my arm and stood there looking up at me, and all I could feel was love and sorrow. I turned to look at him, but he was gone, so I looked back to his reflection, and it was gone as well. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He had what looked like black and white Converse on, and was wearing old jeans with rolled up cuffs. I could see the edge of a white t-shirt under a light grey sweatshirt, and his hair was sandy blonde and wisped to the side with the sweetest smile. In that moment, I felt everything and cried. I saw images of abuse I didn't want to elaborate on, and he made me feel that the man was not his father, and that he loved the comfort of our presence. So many emotions. I went to bed and held my kids tight. I was so full of questions like, what happened to his mom? How did he die? I looked for records and was told that back in the day, there were not many records kept out there in the desert. A person could live and die and no one would know unless it was reported. I felt whatever else was in the house was evil, and we found out just how evil it was the longer we lived there. I feel I should describe the bedroom so you can get a feel of the surroundings. On one side of the room, there was my full-size bed against the wall, and a single bed next to me against the other wall, separated by a small nightstand with a lamp where my 2 little girls slept. The door to the living room next to their bed, and at our feet was the hall door and closet. Many nights, we would see the light beneath the door get blocked out, as if someone was walking up to my room, just standing there, then fade away. At first, we thought it was Opal going to the bathroom, since it was right next to our room. But we found out later that it wasn't her because she was frail and had to use a potty chair in her room. The dog would sometimes growl and scratch, but when we opened the door to the hall, there was no one there. Almost every morning at 6 a.m., we could hear the lid to the toilet slam up and the toilet flush. But when we ran in there, the lid was down and the water was calm. A phone would start ringing in my room, despite us not even having one. And we could hear old music coming from the walls from time to time. At first, we thought it was coming from the pipes of our neighbour or something, but we didn't have any neighbours because the lady had already moved out, and that house was completely empty. So many things happened there, but this night in particular caused me to never let my girls sleep in their own bed alone. The girls were so happy that day. They both received a package from my mom full of princess stuff, toys, cups and bowls, 2 beach towels and 2 nightgowns embossed with their favourite princess images. The nightgowns were short and silky, and after their bath they begged to wear them to bed, so I happily complied. It was quiet in the house that night. Opal was with family along with my boyfriend, and I don't remember where the dog was, but he wasn't there. I took them in, oldest by the wall and youngest closest to me, on the outside. I wasn't ready for sleep, so I put a scarf over the lamp to dim the light so I could still read. Now I'm sitting on my bed next to them, and as I'm reading, the covers slightly came down off of the girls. I didn't think anything of this, because my oldest daughter was notorious for kicking off the blankets, so I took them both in and continued reading. It happened again, and once again I covered them up. At this point, I was feeling uneasy and the hairs on my arms were starting to raise. Never a good sign. I looked at my oldest daughter and noticed that she hadn't moved. How is this happening? I sat back down on my bed and pretended to read intently, staring at the covers over the book pages, feeling my heart pound through my chest. Moments passed, and I felt myself trembling trying to hold the book steady. And then it happened. I saw the covers start to move, but the girls were still. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. The covers were then pulled down with force, so I leapt up and grabbed the covers from the end of the bed, pulling them up. At this point, I was standing next to them, and my voice started to quiver as I firmly yelled, "Stay away from my girls." I still don't know who I was yelling at. I sat on the bed next to them, gripping the covers tight, when they were jerked from my hands down to the foot of the bed, exposing my girl's legs, and my youngest daughter's nightgown started to rise up to the top of her thigh. She started to scream and grab at her leg, as if she was feeling pain waking her sister. I threw my body over the girls and screamed, "Get out and leave us alone," repeatedly. I tried my best to calm the girls down and protect them. We stayed huddled together all night. That was the last time they slept alone in their house. I was able to get a bigger bed and we all slept together from that point on. I don't have photographic evidence, but my youngest daughter had large red marks going up her leg to her thigh. I bet you're wondering why we didn't just leave. Believe me, I wanted to, but I felt trapped. Not just by the house, but also by my boyfriend. Let me start by saying that Bill was not the nicest man. Oh yeah, from the outside he was great. He had a charming voice and he made people laugh. Nobody thought he was capable of doing the things he did. They didn't know him like I did. I feel he tricked me when we first got together. I was young and impressionable. He knew I had low self-esteem, so he made me feel like I wasn't good enough for anyone else and was lucky to have him. And we had children together. I knew what he was capable of, and let's just say that I didn't want to lose anyone I loved, so that's why I didn't leave him. But this was different. This wasn't him. This was a whole other evil. I started noticing a shift in him the longer we lived there. We stopped going out as a family, and he stopped working. He put bars on the windows and one-way locks on all the doors with only one key. I felt trapped. Not even his mother cared. She would go into her bedroom and shut the door so she didn't have to hear me scream or our children cry when he sometimes hit me. And like always, he made me feel like it was my fault. Living there changed him though. The things he started to do were out of his character that made me feel uncomfortable. He started watching me from dark rooms and behind cracks in the doors. When I asked him why he was doing this, he got mad and made me feel like I was crazy. When we were alone together in that house, I felt it was even more intense. One such night, the kids were with my mother's, and we had just finished dinner. We were sitting together on the couch watching TV. I was mending a sock, and it had been a pretty good day. I noticed the change in the atmosphere, and for some reason, he seemed to have gone quiet. I was just about to ask him if he wanted me to change the channel when a small flash of light hit my right eye. It wasn't until shortly after, trying to find the source, that I realised he was staring at me the whole time through a little piece of broken mirror in his right hand, hidden by the throw cover. My God, those eyes weren't his. I know him. This was not my person sitting next to me, and I was frightened to the core. He didn't even realise I was this, so I sprung up. His mom just had a phone installed, so I said I'm going to call my mother and check on the kids. He jumped and hid the mirror in the couch cushions and started trying to reason with me as to why I should come back and sit down next to him and not call my mom. It didn't like her. I noticed that while he was talking, he wasn't even looking at me. He was looking behind my head, almost like he was looking through me. I glanced at my reflection in the glass door, but nothing was behind me. I grabbed the phone and called my mother, assuring him I was only going to be here for a minute. We stayed on the phone until he fell asleep, and quite a lot longer. My mother knew what was going on, but she felt helpless, as did I at the time. He got up, grumbling something as he walked into the bedroom to go to sleep on the bed. So after we hung up, I stayed awake with the blanket on the couch, covering everything but my eyes, while listening to him breathe until dawn when I finally fell asleep. There was another time at around 4 p.m. We needed some groceries for dinner, so I got the girls ready and left my baby boy asleep in his playpen in the living room. Opal was napping at the dining room table, and my Bill was sitting on the edge of our bed in the room. I yelled out to him that I was leaving and to keep an ear out for the baby, but he didn't respond, so I repeated myself. I heard him mutter, "Yeah," so we left. The store didn't have something his mother wanted, so I had to go to 2 stores. It had just gotten dark. As we pulled up, I could hear the baby crying. I rushed in, and his mother was still sitting at the table. I picked up my son, and he was soaking wet, and it looked like he'd been crying for a while. I was changing his diaper, trying to calm him down, and the whole time, Opal was getting mad at me for leaving her alone with the baby. I was furious, and I told her, "I didn't. I left him with your son." She looked surprised. She didn't even know he was home. What the hell? Where was he? I put my son down and told the girls to play with him. Something wasn't right. I didn't think he was still in the bedroom because the lights were off, but someone was in there. It was abnormally dark. I slowly went up to the door and walked in. There was a dim light coming in through a crack in the blinds, and I saw his silhouette still sitting on the bed. He hadn't moved. His feet were on the floor, and he was slightly hunched forward with his elbows resting on his legs, cupping his hands together. The room smelled stuffy and thick, like sweat. I called out his name, but he didn't reply. Once again I called his name, adding, "You're scaring me." I moved closer, saying, "Why aren't you answering me?" I saw he was sweating and that it was glistening in the light and dripping from his head to his hands, and then his hands to the floor. I could hear it as it dropped. I was shaking while I slowly made my way around him to the lamp, and I heard a growl that almost sounded like it was coming up from the floorboards. I turned the lamp on. His shirt was soaking wet. There was a pool of sweat at his feet, and his eyes were darker than I've ever seen them, and his stare was fixed down. I was afraid to get near him, but I felt he needed my help. I started to shake him while calling out his name. He was cold to the touch. I crouched down in front of him between his legs, but honestly, I wanted to run out of that room. I took his face in my shaking hands, and with a quiver in my voice I said, "Please, Bill."
Just like that, he snapped out of it. He grabbed both my wrists and hurled me onto the bed behind him. He said with a loud voice, "What are you doing, you freak?" Then he got up and went to the bathroom. I heard him turn on the shower as I laid there curled up, not knowing what just happened. I soon composed myself and went out to bring the groceries in and make dinner. Later, he joined us as if nothing ever happened, but I still felt uneasy. The night went on, and he was his old self, goofing off with the kids and watching cartoons. I went to the kitchen and started washing dishes with my back to the hall. I heard him in the living room with the kids. I heard him. The next thing I knew, he was behind me and he aggressively grabbed my waist and put his mouth on me. I could feel his teeth on my neck. I jumped. He startled me. Then he looked at me like he wanted me dead and said, "You disgust me," and left the house. I don't know where he went. I didn't ask. All I know is that he was gone. He came back later that next morning dirty and saying something about him getting lost in the desert. I remember him telling me once that I could scream out there and no one would hear me. We eventually got out of that house after living through horror, not knowing from day to day what was going to happen next and who was safe from that evil. Later, after his mother moved into her daughter's house, she passed away. I felt bad because I wasn't sad. I found a way to leave Bill. I made an excuse that I needed to pick up a check from the welfare department and I had to bring the kids with me. After I was there, I told them that I was being abused and they helped me find a safe place to go. After I didn't return that day, a detective from the sheriff's department came and asked me questions about him because apparently he stole a child and took her to that empty house. Thank God he was caught before we could do anything to her. I never let him hurt my children, but sadly, they remember him hurting me. For years after that, I would have nightmares of him appearing at the foot of my bed, clawing his way up my legs, closing the space between our faces with his cold breath on my lips and those eyes. I would wake up gasping for air. About 9 years ago, I looked up his name and found him on a website exposing predators. I still shiver when I see small mirrors or broken glass. A few years after we moved out, I ran into the former renter. So I asked her if she knew anything about a little boy ever living there, or did someone die, and she said, "No, this is not fact." She heard, I don't know where, that there was a boy and his mother disappeared, leaving him with his stepdad, who was horribly abusive to him. Later, the boy was found stuffed in a hole on the property, dead, and they found the stepfather's dried and decayed body on the couch in the living room. He'd committed suicide. I don't know if that's true, but it seemed pretty close to what I felt. I wish even now that I could have helped that sweet little boy move on. We couldn't even drive down that street for years after that, and we all cried with relief many years later when we found out that the house had been demolished to the ground and a housing tract was built over the land. I still wonder if those people living there are plagued by the evil that lived there.
I had my partner over for the night in my dorm. The hall is known for having a lot of paranormal activity, but I'd never put too much faith in the idea since I know people just like to be scared. Anyways, he passed out cold. I woke up in the middle of the night or the early morning when I saw an elderly man standing beside the bed. He was tall, had grey hair, a beer belly, and looked familiar somehow. I passed out again and had a dream about the same man. We were walking through the forest that borders my school. He was talking about really random things, like the trees or the grass. I kept asking his name and he never answered. I finally remembered the name Robert, and that's when the dream ended. When my partner and I had both awoken up, I asked him what his grandfather's name was. He replied, "Robert." I kind of just sat there. I told him everything and he wasn't shocked at all. He said that his mother always told him that his grandpa was watching over him, and so chances were he was watching over me as well. This was a shock because not only did I never meet his grandpa or know this, but my partner is not spiritual in any sense of the word. I had never seen anyone else's dead relatives ever before, and this was the first and only time so far. It was strange, but I think because I have such a strong connection to my partner, and hearing stories about his grandfather and how similar he was to mine, I'm sure it formed some kind of bridge. When I was 10 years old, we went to live in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Great weather, wonderful beaches. We had a nice large garden, and the street we lived in was full of flowered trees. An idyllic setting where it's hard to imagine darkness. But it was there where I lived the most terrifying experience of my life. There was a girl with us on the school bus. Let's say Elle. She was 2 years older than me. Her big sister was 15, and everybody agreed she was beautiful, more or less ignoring the feelings of her younger sister. No wonder I was always quite shy and seemed introverted. No matter how much people preferred the looks of the older sister, Elle was beautiful. She had amazing long legs and a very sweet smile. Her huge dark eyes seemed to spark in her face. Elle started talking with me on the bus, and we became closer. Even her mom said she used to prefer younger friends because she felt somehow intimidated by people of her own age. One day, Elle invited me to her house. We lived on the same street, no more than 3 or 4 blocks away. I remember thinking how beautiful the street was, colourful with petals from the trees on its side. Her house was nice, but mostly what I liked was the idea of having a teenager as a friend. Elle, her older sister, and I went to her room and started playing cards, sitting cross-legged on the floor. It was a nice room, shady, with shelves of games and books against the wall. We were having fun for a while, when she looked towards me and told me I was cheating. I told her I wasn't, and we kept on playing. I thought it was a dumb joke, because I was focused on my cards and not nearly looking at hers. Then again, she looks to my side, her face getting really annoyed, and repeats, "I told you to stop cheating." I denied, indignant, and looked puzzled at her sister. Her sister shrugged, as surprised as me. The third time, Elle gave an angry glance, but I realised she wasn't looking at me, but just beside me. Stop cheating. I felt mortified, and the older sister started arguing that she saw I wasn't cheating. We expected an answer, but Elle's head lifted toward the ceiling, and then her eyes rolled up. I could just see the whites of her huge eyes highlighted by the darkness of her ebony skin. Her arms started shaking up and down. We heard a hoarse voice coming from inside her mouth. "Get me out of here." In one jump, her sister and I were standing, hearts pounding, panicked. Elle kept on repeating, "Get me out of here," with this strange voice as we ran to the door. I really wanted to run away, but was too afraid to leave the room and to leave her sister. Her sister started shouting, "Mom, Dad, please come, please." I stopped thinking, only feeling horror, and I also started calling for Mom and Dad. I felt surprised at my own voice and my absurd call. For a second, I blushed thinking about calling Mom and Dad when my parents were blocks away. Elle's parents arrived, running. The dad ran to his child, still on the floor, blank-eyed, begging with this awful voice to get her out of here. The mother stopped at the threshold, her eyes wide opened. The dad called Elle's name, shook her, but nothing changed. He grabbed her by the elbows and lifted her. He wanted to put her on her feet, react somehow. This was the worst moment, and the image of what happened still haunts me so many years later. He lifted her on the air by the elbows, and her legs kept casually crossed in the air. The man was strong, and I guess at this moment, full of adrenaline. She was tall, with the body of a young woman, but still, she was a 12-year-old kid, so maybe she wasn't very heavy. Still, seeing this scared man holding his daughter in the same position she was before, while sitting on the floor, just horrified me. He put her back on the floor, and she finally reacted. Her muscles, her face, seemed to suddenly relax, and she had this surprised look on her face when she asked smoothly what was going on. Then, I just remember things going very fast. The mother took me to the living room as she called my parents, asking me to pick up. The older sister was crying after the shock. The dad trying to calm her and Elle, who didn't seem to quite understand what was going on. My dad arrived in a few moments and I felt so terribly relieved. We went home and I kept on shaking while I told my parents what happened. My dad said it was probably a seizure and tried reassuring me. It somehow worked. I managed to rationalize what I saw. Still, I kept on shaking for a while and expected to see her on the floor, cross-legged, hands shaking and asking to get her out of there at every dark corner of the house. The next day, Elle didn't go to school, to my huge relief. I didn't think it would have been able to look at her. In fact, I even avoided looking at her sister. My parents had talked to hers and told me she was having medical exams to find out what kind of seizure it was. Even talking about her made me very nervous. 1 week or so later, my mom woke me up at dawn because I'd promised I'd go jogging with her. Fortunately, my mom's jogging didn't last more than a couple of days. We started running in the nice warmth before the sun rose. We arrived near Elle's house. I felt so terrified. I just grabbed my mom's arm. I wasn't able to stop staring at the house. And even though my mom kept telling me what had happened to my friend was just a health problem, I just imagined her getting her out of the house. Her huge eyes turned towards the stars and the deep voice coming out of her throat. A few days later, some friends and neighbours came to our house, asking for help. Elle was lost. She had taken her bike and left for a little ride 2 hours before. Many people were walking around the neighbourhood, calling her name. I felt my heart pounding. I was genuinely scared for her. She could have had an accident, a seizure. But I was also scared of finding her, crouched in an unexpected place and ready to ask me to get her out of there. The search was not very long, because after half an hour, she appeared, pedalling in the middle of the street, covered with mud. Her eyes stared at the emptiness, and it took 2 or 3 people to stop her. Her mom ran, hugged her crying. Suddenly, Elle reacted, looking at all of us, astonished, and asking what was going on. My mom took me to the house. She said Elle was back and there was no sense in bothering her. Her parents told mine in an evening call that she was fine, but didn't even recall going out of her house, even less where she had been. She wasn't hurt, that's what counted. She didn't go back to school for the rest of the term. It took me a while to feel better when I went near her house. Then vacations arrived, and little by little I felt less terrified about the memory. My parents were right. She probably did have some kind of seizure, and after being medicated, she would be perfectly fine. When we went back to school, I was totally reassured and could even say hi to Elle's sister with a smile. Elle didn't go back to school, and her parents said she was at a hospital. 6 months later, we had left the wonderful country. One of the things I remembered most over the years, more accurately than the long walks at the Botanic Park, the days at the beach and the endless bike rides, was still Elle's blank face, while her arms shook and she repeated her scary litany. Years later, I decided to study psychology and graduated. I remember so many cases we've seen, and I realised what had happened with Elle. She seemed more like a hebephrenic psychosis than just seizures. I had the final explanation of the horror that had haunted me years ago. I had always been very rational, but at this time of my life, my skepticism was at its top. I always had to find explanations for everything that had to be coherent with science. Needless to say, I'm atheist. I loved questioning the hardest cases of psychological trouble, especially if they had any explanation I could see as superstitious. I had a friend with 20 years of experience as a psychologist, with many patients and quite a trajectory. We were just chatting about interesting cases, and I told him what had happened to Elle. I told him I was pretty sure it had to be psychosis, but I wanted his opinion. He looked straight into my eyes and said he didn't think so. I insisted on differential diagnosis, explaining how it couldn't be any other mental disease. I spare you all the specific gibberish. He asked me if before this episode there had been any other signs of psychosis, not understanding humour, autistic episodes maybe. Not that I knew. Then he asked me a weird question. What did we all feel at the moment? Pure horror was my answer. His diagnosis, even though it had nothing to do with our studies or profession, was possession. Rare, but he had seen it before. Nevertheless, that's another story. One night, I woke up. There was a strange smell, something like smoke. I sat on the bed, scared. I stood up, smelling, looking for the source of the smell. When I got in front of my older daughter's bed, I saw a cloud of grey smoke over her. I shouted for my partner to come and help me find the fire. We looked all over her bedspread and the blankets. Under the bed, there was nothing. But we both could see the smoky cloud. I asked him if it could come from the kitchen, the chimney of my library. I was wrapping my kid on the blanket in case we had to leave the house, and ran to get my second child ready, when he came back and told me there was no fire. I asked him if he hadn't smelled it or seen it. He said he saw it, but there was no smell at all. I couldn't smell it anymore either. The cloud of smoke we both had clearly seen had vanished. At least, we both had seen it. I checked the house once more before going back to bed. Then again another night, a weeknight around 9. The girls and I were still chatting and playing upstairs. We stopped at once when we heard 3 loud knocks at the upstairs bedroom door. I couldn't imagine who that could be for a minute. Then I obviously thought of the 2 persons who had the keys and lived in the city, my aunts and the nanny. My aunt never got to go to the house without calling before, but I thought she might have had an argument with my mom. My nanny could also have had a terrible problem. Anyway, the only possibility was it was someone close and distressed. I asked, "Who is it?" No answer. I asked again, louder. Nothing. Alright, the other possibility, it was a burglar. What kind of burglar would have knocked at the 2nd-story door? Cynical one. Knocking at the door would be like a stupid joke or intended to scare us. Okay, if there was someone trying to attack us, sooner or later, they would break up the cathedral glass, open the door and hurt us. I shushed the girls and told them to hide under the large bed. I took an iron bar I always kept under my bed, a knife, and opened the door, with the clear idea of fighting whomever it was. I opened the door abruptly. No one was there. I turned on the stairs light and shouted once more, asking who it was. No answer. I came back to the bedroom, telling my girls I was going downstairs to check, and meanwhile they should start calling the cops. I walked down the stairs and checked every single corner of every single room, feeling my arms tight around the iron bar. There was no one. There wasn't either any trace of someone having entered the house. The episode was somehow the beginning of the end. One day, I felt the urge to go to the laundry room on a Sunday afternoon and found the iron on, really hot. I turned it off and asked the maid about it the next day, but she insisted she would never have forgotten to unplug it. Even more, if she had forgotten since Friday night, we would have noticed a smell and there would probably have been a fire. Seemed logical, but I wasn't sure until the end of the month arrived and the electricity bill had no extra charges whatsoever, nor the next month. Time went by. I had more and more insomnia and felt depression was back to stay. The maid left. The nanny got more and more scared because she heard someone whisper her name behind her ear more and more often. She decided to quit, and I had no choice but to take some time off, stay at home and try to take care of everything. I only accepted work very early in the morning, so the kids wouldn't be alone. Noises above the rooftop scared the girls, even though the friend ghost was apparently there reassuring my younger child. Cats went crazy at times, staring at something I couldn't see. He was too much. More and more suicidal thoughts on my head. I couldn't go on. Getting rid of the spirits. My partner was very anguished and decided we needed a solution. I had heard the mother of a producer I used to work with was supposed to be a medium, so we decided to call her. The lady asked us not to eat meat nor have sex for a week before she would be home. I was able to deal with the no sex part, but meat was one of the rare things I enjoyed, and I didn't give up on that. The lady arrived, and when we asked if we had followed her instructions, I was honest. I guess I secretly wanted her to say, "Too bad, can't work with you then." The idea of getting rid of all the spirits, all of them, meant the ghost of my love would also go away. I guess that was something that kept holding me on. Still, she visited the house, saying how bad the vibes were. She started burning plants and scented wood all over the place, and once she got in my library, she said it was time to close portals. My little one stepped in front of her. "If you do that, my daddy won't be able to come back anymore." Her dad, my partner, looked at her, puzzled. My little one kept on staring at the lady, making her visibly uncomfortable. I was wondering what her idea was about the ghost and herself. Anyway, we continued the ceremony. At the end, the lady advised us to go somewhere else for a few days or weeks. My partner said we could go to the town where we lived, in which I had a little country house. I loved that house, especially because of the large garden and woods. So did my children. Still, I felt there was no way I would abandon my place at this moment. Apparently, my little one felt the same because she said, in a way I was unable to believe from a 3-year-old kid, "Mom, don't listen to this lady. She's crazy." The lady kept on looking at my kid. She then told me this child is an evil spirit. That was enough. The lady had to go. We closed the door behind her. Nothing had changed in the house, besides the smoky smell of plants all over the place. Since things continued more and more often against everyone who entered the house, including my partner, we still felt there was something to do. I couldn't keep having insomnia, visions. Even the cats were upset with the doorbell ringing, lights on and off, music changing by itself. We all talked as a family. We had to put an end to it. The shaman. So, my partner contacted a shaman. I felt a terrible animosity against him, since I heard him on the phone, but still, we had to do something. When he arrived, I didn't like his cocky attitude, but was polite. He asked us to sit in a circle around a charcoal incense burner. He muttered many things, while turning around us with a scented stick of wood burning in his hand. Suddenly, my older daughter started bleeding from the nose. Her nose was dripping so hard, even the shaman seemed impressed. I ran to get some Kleenex and a wet towel to try and stop the bleeding. The shaman kept on making circles around her head with worried eyes. I kept on trying my earthly ways to stop my kid's nose bleeding. Suddenly, the bleeding stopped. I felt a strange change in the house. My little one, for once, was quiet and calm. I was horribly tired and, unexpectedly, I felt nothing but gratefulness for the shaman. He went around the house, cleansing every room with scented smoke. Even before he finished, I went to bed and fell asleep like a baby. Now, my house is very peaceful now. One night, I dreamt of my late boyfriend. He told me he had to go, but would still be there visiting us. In my dream, I cried a lot, hugging him. He told me not to forget every second is infinite, and instead of crying, we should just enjoy being together. I held him, kissed him, but still woke up crying. Sometimes, on very particular occasions, the bell still rings upstairs, and a few times, he appears in my dreams. I've learnt to let go, but it took time. And tears. I still have insomnia from time to time, but now I know how to take it calmly. My daughters are growing up nicely. Life is good. I hope afterlife is good too for most people.
Since it was a cold day and we didn't want to go outside, but we had to let our dog Frisbee go outside to do her business. After a while, Frisbee didn't come back to the door yet, so Vivi went outside to check on her. This part will be from what he told me, and I'll recall it like from what he told me. Vivi went outside and is calling Frisbee, only to hear her barking, but slightly faint. Vivi follows her barking to the middle of the backyard, only to look down and see Frisbee in a deep hole. Now, we do have a big backyard, but this hole was never here before. Vivi kneels down and reaches for Frisbee to try and pull her out, only for him to slip on the snow and fall in himself, getting stuck himself. Vivi tried to climb out, but he couldn't get a proper grip on the snow and kept falling back down into the hole. He then picked up Frisbee and managed to lift Frisbee out of the hole, then gently pushed her away from the edge. Frisbee, being a puppy, kept trying to jump back into the hole, but Vivi sternly told her no, and Frisbee stopped. This is when I started getting worried about why Vivi and Frisbee hadn't come back inside yet, because it was cold and I didn't want to get in trouble because Vivi caught a cold. So I went outside to find them and started calling for both of them. I saw Frisbee running in my direction, but not Vivi, and approached Frisbee. Instead of coming to me, Frisbee turned around and ran back to where the hole was, guiding me back to Vivi. That's when I heard Vivi calling out for help, and I called back to him. Vivi suddenly warns me to be careful, or I'd end up falling in myself, because we were the only kids at home, besides our dad, who was inside the house, and wouldn't be able to hear us calling for help. So I carefully creep forward until I can see him standing in the hole, and I ask him how he got in there. He tells me how he fell in while reaching in to get Frisbee, but was able to lift her out. I knelt down and reached down to pull him out. While pulling him, I felt myself slowly sliding down myself, and I had to let him go, but told him I was going to get something to help him get out. I ran into the garage and pulled out our plastic kid shovels, ran back to the edge of the hole and handed him the shovel. I told him to make footholds so he could climb out, and he did just that. Even with the footholds, it was still too hard for him to climb out. So I took a hold of the shovel blade, I'm glad it was plastic and not metal, told him to hold onto the handle, and I pulled outwards while he climbed out with his foothold. After getting him out and grabbing Frisbee, we quickly rushed inside before Vivi caught a cold, and gave them both something warm to eat and drink, so they could warm up, and after winter passed, we went and looked outside, only to not see the hole in the backyard anymore. We waited until the next winter to see if the hole would appear again. We even used the same shovel to poke around the area where the hole was, and couldn't find it anymore. We were too confused and never told our parents about it, because they might not believe me. This happened a few days ago. It's nothing big, but I want to document the things that happen at my house when they happen. I guess I'm writing this more for me than you, and will probably go long as I like putting in details. We've been renovating our upstairs, turning the space into a kid's room, as we have a kid 2 on the way. The stairs leading up there can only be accessed through the nursery and cut through our bedroom right over the head of our bed. Footsteps are very obvious. It was lunchtime, and my wife was in the bedroom with our cats, taking her lunch break. I was in the kitchen feeding Kid 1 in her high chair. From where I was standing, I could see 3 doors: our bedroom, the basement, and the nursery. The nursery has this bifold, slatted door that folds open and closed. It was partially open because the gentleman working upstairs hadn't closed it the last time he passed through. A noise drew my attention to the nursery door. It was being jostled, and I could see it slightly shudder in place. As I watched the door slowly closed, at first I assumed the worker had quietly closed the door from the other side, but I hadn't seen him walk in. Thinking I had been preoccupied, I opened the door and stood at the bottom of the steps, and listened for the sounds of him moving around. I heard no sounds indicating anyone was upstairs at all. I checked back on Kid 1, then went to my wife to ask her if she had heard anyone go upstairs. She said she had, so I wrote everything off as me not paying enough attention to my surroundings and went back to feeding my kid. A few minutes later, I heard the front door open and the worker came in, opened the door to the nursery and walked upstairs. I was surprised as I thought he was, already upstairs. I followed him up and found him. I asked if there was anyone else with him and was given a nope. So I apologised for bothering him and left. Don't know what happened there, but it sure seems like that door closed on its own. So lately, he likes to play this game called Ghosts with these little Halloween toys. Sometimes he asks me questions about what ghosts are, but I haven't really gone into much detail since he's only 4. But usually just vaguely describe it without scaring him. I should preface this by saying there have been some strange occurrences in the past, with him pointing at the corner asking about who that man is, or I'll find him just talking to someone and there's never anyone there. Anyway, we were playing again and he wanted to play Ghosts again. As we started, I asked him, "Do you remember what ghosts are?" And he nodded. And then he asked me, "Can you be the black man ghost?" Which took me so off guard. Then he continued to say, "The black man scare me." At first it was shocking because he's not been brought up in a racist home and you don't even understand racism at that age. So once I realised, he continued pleading, "Can you be the black man? Black man scares me." And I just said, "Wow, nephew, I didn't expect you to say that at all. How about we play another game for now?" And he kept pleading, "Be the black man, please." And then I said, "Hey, let's go on a drive," since he loves doing that, just to get his mind off it. And I didn't even know how to process what he had just said, and didn't even know how to respond. So he fell asleep in the ride, and I think next time we play, I'm going to play the black man and ask him what he looks like. How does he talk? Does he wear a hat, etc.? Questions like that he can understand. Maybe it will reveal more. When I was his age, I was also visited by shadow people. I pray he isn't going through that though. My grandmother and her husband owned a grocery store called C&J Grocery. About 3 weeks before he vanished, Donald, they called him Don, who was an employee at their grocery store, showed up at my grandma's house while her husband was at work. It was in the late afternoon around 5, unannounced. He was in his early 20s and worked as a cashier. My grandma made him coffee and she had Jimmy Swaggart on the TV. They started talking about religion. Apparently, he confessed to her that he believed he was possessed by a demon. My grandma asked why he thought he was, and he only said, "Something happened, and it's inside." He stayed for about an hour, and then left that evening before my grandma's husband returned home. Almost like he was afraid or sensed that he'd be home soon. My grandma told her husband about the visit, and before even mentioning the possession thing, he told her that he never wants him to come over again, and to never let him inside. He got very angry that he was even there, which he rarely got angry about. He said there was something wrong with him. My grandma was confused because he was always pleasant with her and she liked him as an employee, nothing romantic. Her husband told her that at work, his personality would change depending on what person he was dealing with. He couldn't describe fully how he'd change, only that sometimes he'd get very angry with random, usually religious customers, and that his voice would change and there was just something off about him. His eyes would turn black, and then suddenly he'd be back to normal like nothing happened. He was angry that he even came into the house and wasn't religious himself until my grandma converted him later. 3 weeks later, he didn't show up to work. He had never missed a day. He never came for his check. He never called. They never heard from him again. Called the police. My grandma came with the police to his house. She said his house was perfectly clean, immaculate even. Everything was in its right place.
and it was like he had thoroughly cleansed his house. He lived alone. He had a red car which was gone. His wallet was there, and basically all of his belongings were still there, including a suitcase in his closet. No one ever saw or heard from him again, and that's all I know. The cleanliness of the house makes me think suicide, but they never found his car or ever found anything connected to him, and everyone just kind of moved on. My grandma said he was super sweet and very, very attractive, in an almost hypnotic way. She's always wondered what happened to him. He only showed up at her house once. She felt like he was trying to tell her something but couldn't get it all out, like something was preventing him. Anyway, that's all I know. Maybe someone can help me track down a missing 20-something from Maryland and vanished and worked at a grocery store called C&J. If you have any questions, let me know. The whole story just creeped me out. Just thought maybe someone on it, by some stretch of possibility, knew this person or knew the disappearance. It's just sticking in my mind. Everything in the house that me or my family has experienced was heavy and consistent, almost like one entity after the other. For a while, it didn't happen. We just hear the occasional set of footsteps, see an odd shadow here or there, etc. But recently, this month and a half, I've been seeing figures here and there in the house, and I'm the only one that sees them. A couple of days ago, my family was cleaning the laundry room of the basement, and once we were done, I had seen this man seemingly crawl out of the storage space underneath the stairs on his stomach. It wasn't a full view, but I could make out his facial expression, his head, and that he was lying down. It was as if he was pleased with the fact that I saw him, and at the same time drunk or high in a way that made him look too happy. That same day, my mum and grandma had left to take the dog out to the farm. We live in the city and parks here are small, and I was cleaning out cupboards in the kitchen. When I was finished and just standing up, I heard an older man in the living room burp really loudly, almost as if he was drunk. I knew I was the only one upstairs, since if you were to come up from the basement, you'd have to pass through the kitchen to get anywhere else, and my brother didn't pass me at all. Almost a week ago, I had left my room to feed my cat. My mum and grandma had left to go pick up my younger brothers up from their dad's place. And my brother was downstairs. When I went to go back to my room, I saw this white figure standing down the hall with no head. It wasn't like a human figure, but rather what looked like twisted, sharp bones bent at an odd angle. It spooked me since it was standing right outside my room, and I knew I was the only one upstairs. This last week was my friend's birthday, and I was making her a cake. I'd gone downstairs to grab food colouring for the cake that I had made, and when I was downstairs, I saw a figure looking at me through the gap in the door that separates the main part of the basement to the laundry room. The gap itself is pretty wide, and I saw this pure black figure, standing so close to the door that I was able to make out the texture of its hair. There was no facial features, and I was so scared since it was less than a foot away from me. I ran to get my brother. His room is in the laundry room itself, and made him stand with me until I gathered everything I needed. Every time that I ask my family if they see these figures, they always tell me no, or say something similar. I'm not sure why anyone else can see figures I'm seeing, or why I'm seeing these ones in the first place. Usually, we have a lot of things happen in our house, like noises, footsteps, shadow people, apparitions, etc. Feels like I've seen them all, and I've grown kind of used to them, but I still get spooked when I see something. The other day, I was home alone, and I was cleaning up around the house before my family got back. Everything was going fine, and I was almost done. I just had to grab a new clean tea towel to dry the dishes, and as I went to grab one from the closet in the hall, I saw this masked thing standing in the middle of the hall, right where my mum's and my room met, staring. It was a few inches taller than I was. I'm 5'2".
It had this oval white mask with black marks for eyes, a mouth and nose. Was wearing a black cloak and this red shawl with orange and yellow patterns on it. It spooked me, and I wondered if it was part of my imagination. I saw it again the day after, when I was cleaning again, and I came back up from the basement with my laundry, and I placed it down on the kitchen floor. As I was getting my water bottle, I saw it again in the living room, looking at me. It never makes any noise, doesn't seem to get too close to me, and I never seemed threatened by it. Just spooks me to see it so close or staring at me. I'm not sure why it's here, or how it got to my house, and all I can do is pray, smudge, burn incense, and hope that it goes away. So far it hasn't gone, and I'm not sure what it wants from me, or if it's even trying to tell me something. I bake a lot when the kitchen is free, and I plug in my earbuds and listen to my music. My whole family noticed weird thumping and banging noises coming from the attic area. That's right outside my room, but that's not important. And we all couldn't explain the noises. When I was almost done baking the cookies I was making, I started hearing the thumping noises. At first, I thought it was my music, so I turned it down. A few minutes later, I heard it again, and I paused whatever I was listening to. Not long after, I heard it again and thought my mum and grandma had come back from grocery shopping. I waited for them to open the back door so I could help bring the bags in. They didn't open the door. I felt like I was being watched, and I'm always creeped out by that feeling, so I'm looking all over the place to find the source. I tried to see if it was my dog or cats, but couldn't see them anywhere. I looked towards the hallway/attic area and see this thing peeking from the hall into the kitchen at me, smiling. It was freaky to look at, with pure white skin that was kind of greyed at the fingertips, pure black eyes with no reflection source, stringy light brown hair and yellow teeth. It scared me so much that I ran down to the basement, where I didn't go unless someone came with me to get my brother. He came up with me until my mum and grandma got back, and sat in the kitchen with me until I was done baking. During the whole time, we kept hearing the thumping noises and asked if one of us was making them. We'd give each other looks every time we heard them, but nothing happened. Every so often, I see this thing staring or peeking out at me whenever I'm in the kitchen. It doesn't try to speak or make other noises, and it never gets too close to me. But it just stands there, smiling and watching me. It's short but taller than I am, I'm 5'2", and tends to follow me wherever I go. I saw it about 30 minutes out of town at a friend's place a week back. I don't know what it wants, or why it's following or watching me. I'm not into witchcraft or summoning spirits, and none of my family members are into that or played with a Ouija board. All it does is watch me, smile at me, sometimes even chase me. When I was pregnant, my father and I stayed at his cousin's house for about a month before we moved into our apartment. It's an old farmhouse in a newly developed area of Warwick, Rhode Island. There are farms and woods in one direction and a small town in the other. We were told when we moved in that the house had been built in the mid-1800s, which to me was super interesting until my kid's father, I'll call him Brian, remarked at how the stairs seemed awfully dark and creepy for the middle of the day, and when I looked, he was right. It gave off such a sinister vibe. We slept in the living room and at nights could see through the kitchen, and it was as if the stairs became a dark, uncomfortable void. When we brought this up to Brian's cousin and his wife, they proceeded to laugh and tell us stories of people being pushed down the stairs. I don't think they believed in ghosts, and the husband was an abusive drunk and drug addict, so they had enough problems, clearly. That house was chaotic. The husband and wife clearly were having serious issues, emotionally and financially. They had a 6-year-old son who was afraid to sleep upstairs by himself because the shadows scared him. Great.
After being in the house alone a couple times and seeing genuine human figures out of the corner of my eye, or even better, black dots on the floor that looked like long spindly legs running, but when you'd look them straight on, would disappear. A few times I'd see a figure out of the corner of my eye, look and see one of the family members who I hadn't heard come in. I think that freaked me out the most, because how can you explain to yourself seeing a person and sometimes nothing being there, but other times you expect it to disappear, but would in fact be a person standing there this time? So weird. Brian would say how sitting in one chair in the living room, you'd want to look over your shoulder into the doorway, as if someone was coming down a set of stairs that used to be there. This also freaks me out, considering I slept right near the doorway and often would get a feeling of someone coming toward me. One day, me and Brian were the only two in the entire house, facing one another about 2 feet away face to face, talking loud as we usually do. Directly in the middle of us, heard a woman's voice say, "Shh." I asked if he had said that, and he stared at me with huge eyes and asked, "No, did you?" Then we laughed it off as we were clearly talking too loud for the inhabitants, apparently. We eventually brought this up to the family, who included a second cousin living upstairs, and they confirmed they too saw and felt things. They told us they assumed the black voids that ran on the floor were just one of their dogs and ignored it if it wasn't. The cousin who lived upstairs said the curtains to his closet often moved, like they were being pushed, but he choked it up to being stoned or tired. There was no breeze. The wife told me when they first moved there, her son would see a man in a hat, but assumed it was his imagination. How could you live in a house so clearly haunted and just pass it off? The front of the house at night was avoided by basically everyone, as it was right where it felt like someone was walking by the doorframe at you in the living room. One night, I didn't feel like walking all the way round this huge house to the car, so I walked as fast as I could to the car through the front door. I heard a deep growling coming from the side of the house. They owned 3 dogs, one of which was a bull mastiff. Too freaked out to call for her, I ran in, and to my horror, all 3 dogs were in the house. Needless to say, I didn't use that entrance again. It was such an emotionally depressing house, and maybe me being pregnant, I was just more aware of everything. There were other weird things, but one of the last conversations I had with one of the roommates renting a back bedroom, it was down a long hall at the very end, the only door in this isolated hallway. I told her about me and Brian hearing "shh" directly in the middle of us. She explained she heard the same exact thing in the hallway. If she and her son were getting loud, but was sure it was the owner's young son sneaking into the hallway. I'm not so sure.
My story is when I first started dating my now husband. I'll refer to him as B. We were both 20, and his parents had asked that we stay over at their house to house sit while they were away on vacation for a few days. I readily agreed because I knew they'd have no problem with me bringing my dog. They paid for food and brought groceries and lived closer to town than I do. So I was happy, even when B had to work, since I wasn't working. It sounded super relaxing. First night went smoothly. Typical night. We had pizza and watched a movie and went to bed early because it was Sunday and B worked early the next day. I had a nightmare that night, but couldn't remember it when I woke up. So it made me anxious, but I couldn't put my finger on why. My dog Abby is an ESA, now retired since I have an SD. And so she did her thing and was immensely helpful. I cleaned some, did some laundry for my mother-in-law since she was behind and just hung out. I got a call midday that B's cousin was dropping her dog off. There was a disagreement between her and her parents, and the dog was going to live with my in-laws from now on. Cool, I love the dog, Oakley. More than happy to take him in for them early. B came home and all was well. My in-laws have an entertainment system and bar in their basement, so we decided to go downstairs to watch our favourite shows for the night. My Abigail went down fine, but Oakley wouldn't go downstairs. Plain refused at the top of the stairs. He was so freaked out about the situation, he started shaking harder than I've ever seen a dog shake. He was petrified. I finally told B that we would just stay upstairs. It was no big deal. As we ate, I started thinking about how Abby never let her guard down in the basement. She would face the bathroom they had down there and never leave my side. She would stand in front of me, and a few times she even growled. But it's an old house, so I figured it was nothing. I went to sleep that night and I had the most real and terrifying nightmare I've ever had in my life, still to this day. I was laying in the bed I had fallen asleep in. I looked up and then at the wall across from me, and it was there. It was this black thing, and it smelled like death and tar. Extremely tall, bending in the middle to not hit its head. Its proportions were wrong, arms too long, legs too short and angled awkwardly. It had long black hair that looked wet with how it clumped together. Black holes for eyes with blue lips. It was veiny and made an awkward sucking noise when it breathed. It had dull and sharp teeth, almost like some were broken. The worst part was its limp. It made a thud and dragging noise while it walked towards me laughing. Not a booming laugh, but an internal laugh. Like when you're trying to not show someone you're laughing. Yet its maniacal smile gave it away. He was excited and I was scared. I started trying to scream. I woke up and he was still there, still coming towards me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe and was sobbing. I kept trying to scream, but it felt like I had a piano laying on my chest. Oakley came running from the living room and let out a huge snarl. I finally screamed, and I was so frantic I screamed for my mom, since I thought I couldn't get my husband's attention. He flew up and turned his side table light and looked at me. It was gone. I honestly felt like I had just skirted my death. I called Oakley up on the bed, who was crying now, and tried to get closer to me. He laid in my lap and essentially hugged me. My husband checked the entire house armed with a bat. He found my poor Abby locked in a bathroom, crying and howling. She had been with Oakley when we went to sleep, so I'm not sure why or how she got locked in there. Once let out, she came and immediately checked me out and traded places with Oakley. Oakley then went to look around with my husband. He checked everywhere with him, except the basement. He again refused to go down. So my husband did a quick check and found no one down there. When he came downstairs, I explained I had to leave. I had to get away from that house for a while. I took the dogs and we went on an early morning food run. And we drove for a bit. It was snowing like crazy and probably not my best idea, but I still felt safer than I had at the house. I did end up going back. The next night was my last night, so I just didn't sleep and stayed on the couch with the dogs laying on or near me. I've never been so happy to leave somewhere. I no longer house sit for them, and they've heard the story. I'm fine visiting for a few hours, but I can't do any more than that. I still feel watched and stalked. You would think his parents might find me nutty, but the worst part of the whole thing is that when I told them, they weren't surprised. They knew exactly what I was talking about. So me and my mum left the house, and we had gotten prescription sunglasses when we got new glasses, so I grabbed them and left. When I got back, the case they came on was on the floor. My mum had to help my dad move some plywood from his truck to the shed he's building, so she wanted to borrow a pair of my tennis shoes because hers fell apart in the washer. So of course I obliged and go to my room to look for them. I usually only wear 3 pairs of shoes. My Converse, my winter boots, and my flip-flops. My Converse for months had been sitting on the floor in my room, in front of my TV. Of course, they weren't there when I went to grab them. So I'm frantically looking around because I know damn well I left them out in the open. I even looked in my closet. Where were they? A shoe organizer in my closet that only holds shoes that I don't wear. So at least the ghost was nice enough to put them away for me, I guess. I decided to go out there and help my parents. It was super early in the morning at like 6 a.m,
so it was still dark out. I was holding a flashlight so my parents could see where they were walking. While they were going back to his truck, I could hear tapping behind me coming from the forest. Now I know what you're thinking, that it was a bird or other animal just doing its thing, and normally I'd agree. But this tapping sounded different. It was too slow and too quiet, despite being right behind me. It didn't sound like an animal. Do you remember how I was smelling my dead nanny's perfume? I smelled it again. Me and my mum were cleaning off my ceiling fan so we could switch the flow, so that it only circulates the air instead of creating cool air for winter. We have to clean it, otherwise all the dust will fall when you turn it on. We finished cleaning it and were standing in front of my door with the fan on, trying to figure out which way it was blowing, when I started smelling her perfume. My mom was standing right next to me, so of course I asked if she could smell it, and she couldn't. I mentioned that my parents aren't the best. My dad is controlling, scary, and verbally abusive to me and my mom, while my mom is all of those things and physically abusive to me. Everything came to a head a while ago. My mom threatened to kill me. It was the last straw, so I moved in with my sister, but I had to wait a bit while my sister worked things out and got ready for me. So for about a week, I had to wait. This is when I first heard the voice and experienced sleep paralysis for the first time. My mom heard the voice first, but couldn't understand what it said. I finally heard it. I was laying in bed, struggling to fall asleep. I have really bad insomnia, so this is very common for me. I noticed this weird shadow in my room at the foot of my bed, so I sat up, trying to figure out what was causing it, when I heard a raspy feminine voice whisper, "Don't go." I lost my shit and started screaming for my mom. I knew it wasn't her, but I just couldn't even fathom walking past it. She burst into the room and is like, "What the fuck are you screaming about?" I told her what happened and we both stayed up and watched a movie. I ended up passing out on the couch and my mom went to her room. So fun fact about me, it's extremely rare for me to fall asleep in anything other than a bed. I've probably done it like 5 times in my life. While I was sleeping on the couch, I abruptly woke up to what sounded like twigs breaking. I assume I'm dreaming, because why would there be twigs in my living room, right? For the last year or so, when I have to walk through the dark-ass living room, I've been imagining this specific figure just sitting there in the dark. Y'all know the Asian squat? It's doing that, but it's completely covered in one of those camo blanket things that has twigs and stuff on it, and you can't see anything but its eyes. And they're terrifying. I've been picturing it, how do I explain it? So there's a living room doorway, right? With the TV right in front of it, up against the wall, so you can't see the screen. There's this little corner of the wall right next to the entertainment centre, and that's where I pictured it crouched. God, I'm getting freaked out just reading this out. I was always too scared to check if something was there or not. I didn't mention this thing in my other posts because I just assumed it was my sleep-deprived mind making shit up. But I saw it in what I thought was my dream. I couldn't move though, and this thing was standing instead of crouching down, and it was fucking huge. It was at least 7 feet tall, and I knew instantly that I wasn't dreaming, that this was real, and was the thing I heard in my room. It limped towards me, every step sounding like it was walking through a forest. It got so close to me that I could faintly see its face that was in the shadows of its weird forest blanket. The closest thing I can describe it is the monsters from the Doctor Who episode, The Waters of Mars. But if their mouth area was their whole face and white with black cracks. Its pupils were white with black where the whites of its eyes should have been, and they were huge, and its mouth was wide open in a silent scream, and I was basically pissing myself in fear. And then it whispered without opening its mouth, "Don't go." And then it was gone. I stayed frozen in that position out of fear for at least an hour. I've never in my life been so fucking scared, and I've almost died many times.
I think that I might have been right about the shadow person being my dead neighbour. I think that he was protecting me in my room and maybe having fun while doing so. Nothing in my room ever really scared me other than the Scooby-Doo doll. I think that the thing wanted me out of my room to fuck with me, and maybe it doesn't have power in there. I think that when me and my mom started wanting to leave, that's when it started making itself known. I want to say it's somehow tied to the forest because of its appearance, but I honestly can't say for sure. I saw the thing occasionally in the days before I left. We have a medicine cabinet mirror in the bathroom, so I opened it to grab the toothpaste, and in true horror movie fashion, when I closed it, I saw the thing staring back at me. I turned around, but it was gone. I saw it crouched where I pictured it was once when I was playing RDR2 in the living room. It was just sitting there, watching me. This one is kind of funny to me, but once I went outside to check on 2 of our stray cats, and the thing was sitting in the driver's seat of my mom's car. Like, of all the places. I moved into my sister's place, and for a while, things were quiet. I was focused on getting settled and finding my first job. But on the 6th night, I believe, I had sleep paralysis again. It was like the time I saw just the shadow of it, but now I could see the figure standing, still wearing the weird blanket. It slowly climbed up on my bed and over me, and got really close to my face again. This time it whispered, "You left," like it was a question. I didn't know what to do, so I couldn't answer. Did this thing really prevent me from talking and then ask me a question? I felt its hands wrap around my neck as it yelled in my face, "You left," over and over for what felt like an eternity. I think I ended up passing out from not being able to breathe. The troubling thing is that I woke up with no marks on my neck. Ever since that night, I've had variations of the same thing. It shows up at the foot of the bed, either climbs on me or walks around to me, and either yells or whispers in an almost hurt tone that I left. What do you guys think this is? Is it all in my head? I know this doesn't sound believable in the slightest, and I'm honestly having trouble believing it myself. I've got no fucking clue what to do. Call a priest? Check myself into the psych ward? God, this whole thing is so exhausting. I'm just so drained of energy and happiness that I'm just spiraling into a depression, and I don't know how to stop it. I thought moving out would be the best for me, but now I'm suffering even more than I was with my parents. I'm honestly debating going back. What should I do? Just 3 days ago, me and my friend went up to Walmart. There's this pavement trail up by my neighbourhood basketball court, and all of a sudden, 3 people almost practically materialised in front of us. We thought nothing of it at first, as the trail is commonly taken. However, upon closer inspection, the people looked just like our 3 friends, down to an exact point. Normally I would have no problem with this, however one of the friends had gone to Georgia, and the others were at their house. Around this point, we got creeped out, but oh well, might as well keep going. We get about halfway up the trail, and one of our friends' voices calls out. The voice being exact in cadence, tone, you name it. This is where things get weirder. Me and my friend both turned to each other and asked if that was really our friend. From there, we braced ourselves for a silly jump scare and turned the corner of the trail, and they were gone. We kept going and saw them again, this time in a Home Goods parking lot on the way there. We were able to get a good look at them as we were far enough away to not be detected, but close enough to get details. I saw one of them, our younger friend of the group, was standing at an angle. I checked his face for identifiable features, but there was no face. I mean, like there were no features whatsoever on his face. It mortified me. The others turned around a little bit at the same angle as they were preparing to get to the next part of the trail that led directly to Walmart. Their faces were all contorted. I mean, like a physically impossible kind of contortion. Then I realised they were following a particular pathway we followed about a month ago. I mean, down to foot placement, people placement, everything. They rounded the corner and we followed not far behind. They were gone. Entirely gone. I mean, no trace, nothing. Like they didn't exist. I brought this up with one of the friends we supposedly encountered, and she freaked out. She was more freaked out by the fact that them taking the trail meant they were nearby than anything else. It's sort of become a taboo topic, but I don't think they followed me home. Just today, I was taking out the garbage, and down through this alleyway there was a voice speaking to me. It was that same friend's voice, but just ever so noticeably yet slightly distorted. I turned, and there were 3 figures shrouded in shadow. Their outlines were the same as those very friends I had encountered. Needless to say, I finished taking out the trash at lightning speed. I don't really see this as anything extreme right now. I'm more just looking for closure on what happened. I don't need anything immediately right now, but if anyone has an answer, and I know someone does, please let me know.
I was around 8 or 9 and in my childhood bedroom, which backed up to the woods. It was late at night, and I stirred because a light came in through my window. A big, bright, yellowish light that shone through the entire window. I thought it was weird and turned to face the other way, away from the window. I didn't hear any noise at all, but I suddenly felt something crawl into my bed next to me. I was very awake, not sleep paralysis or anything. I felt the bed go down as they got in and felt it touch my arm, but barely. I was absolutely terrified, not knowing what the fuck was happening. I tried to pretend like I was sleeping still and turned a little bit, and there was an alien laying next to me. It was a greyish colour. I barely saw it because I was looking through the slit in my eyes. I can still, till this day, remember my heart beating out of my chest and telling myself to control my breathing or it would know I was awake. I then made a plan to run as fast as I could to my parents' room that was outside my door and across a landing. I counted down 3 to 1 and took off so fast. I threw my door open and didn't look back again. My parents had 2 sliding doors for their bedroom doors, and I ran so fast I actually slammed into them, breaking the lock. My mom and dad saw the panic and they actually believed me, although they thought a human was in our house, not an alien. They searched the house from top to bottom and didn't find a thing. My mom still brings it up from time to time and now believes it was some kind of extraterrestrial or paranormal being. As I've gotten older, I have some weird gifts. Sometimes I know when something is going to happen or predict running into people or big events. I'm also really skilled at tarot reading, kind of weird abnormal gifts. I've always wondered if the 2 things are tied, but my grandmother also had these gifts like I do. Just weird and interesting. I've always wondered why it didn't grab or chase me. For a few years now, I've seen things out of the corners of my eyes, which I've always just brushed off as the casual seeing something out of the corner of your eye. Since I didn't particularly believe in ghosts, but I had some doubts. But the thing is, every time I see something, it's always at the entrance to my bedroom. Last night, I went to bed early and then woke up in the middle of the night, somewhere around 2 o'clock, and I just decided to stay up for a while longer since I wasn't tired anymore. After around an hour of just being on my phone, I heard my door open, so I looked up expecting to see my dad. But instead, I saw a dark hand reaching around my door, and it flipped my light switch off and closed the door again. I immediately got up and opened my door to ask my dad if that was him, but no one was in the hallway. I called out to my dad and got no answer. He was asleep. I knew it wasn't my brother because he wouldn't have been able to get out of the hall and go down the stairs fast enough for me not to notice him. But since I didn't want to jump to the conclusion of the supernatural, I decided I'd ask both of them in the morning. Fast forward, and they both tell me it wasn't them. They are the only other people in the house except me. But then my dad also mentions that I woke him up from talking to my brother last night. I hadn't been talking to my brother last night. I denied it and told my dad he was probably just hearing me call out to him after my light turned off. So I asked him about what time this happened, and it lined up with what I said. My dad still didn't believe me and told me he specifically heard someone talking back to me. But my brother was asleep, and I know for a fact that he wasn't talking to me. I obviously would have noticed that, and my brother also denied it. So my dad heard someone who wasn't my brother talking to me, and I feel like it's possible it could have been the voice of what was at my door. I don't know anything about paranormal stuff, so could someone please explain the possibilities? I'll refrain from discussing the background of these events since this was and still remains a sensitive issue. But to give context, the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, also known as the 1984 Sikh massacre, was a series of organised pogroms against Sikhs in India following the assassinations of Indira Gandhi by her Sikh bodyguards. The assassination of Indira Gandhi was in retaliation to her order to the Indian army to attack the Harmandir Sahib complex in Amritsar, Punjab, in June 1984. The ruling Indian National Congress Party had been in active complicity with the mob as the organisation of the riots. Now, back in the 80s, my mother was still a teenager and lived with my grandfather in Patna, Bihar. Their immediate neighbours were a Sikh couple who had 2 young daughters about my mother's age. I'll refer to the father as F and mother as M. They were the kindest people you'd meet. When the violence broke, Patna mostly remained unaffected. Yet for safety purposes, my grandfather advised F to change the house plate name to a Hindu one. He complied. He didn't go out in broad daylight and all phone calls were routed to our house. But there was a problem. Em had been visiting Delhi with her 2 daughters at the time, which was the worst affected by violence. One night, my grandfather picked up a call that made his blood run cold. It was Em on the phone. Em's brother, whom she was visiting, had gone out looking for food since the rations had run low and hadn't returned since the morning. To make matters worse, some INC workers had painted the letter S on the front door. This meant they had marked the house as belonging to a Sikh family and would return at night to kill them. If someone saw her removing the sign, she'd have probably been killed instantly. My grandfather, being a practical man in these matters, told her to shut all the blinds, switch off the lights, and to hide the girls under a cupboard. She complied. After a while, she peeked through the window to see an angry mob breaking into houses and setting them on fire after murdering the residents inside. It was later determined that INC workers had been provided voter lists that helped them identify and target Sikh people. She broke down. Suddenly, the curtain partition let in a beam of moonlight that illuminated a framed painting of Guru Nanak Ji, the founder of Sikhism and first of their gurus. Taking this as a sign, she wept and prayed, "Waheguru Ji, have mercy. If not me, save my children." Then she waited. Nothing happened. No one knocked on the door. For some inexplicable reason, the crowd had ignored her house and moved on to the next one. Maybe because they couldn't see the S in the dark. Maybe someone forgets to check the voter list. I don't know, and neither does she. All we know is that she and her daughters were safe. Her brother came round the next morning and told her that some good Samaritans had saved his life by hiding him in their house. While studying occult and palmistry, I had a friend who was a senior in age and an accomplished astrologer. I'll call him M. M had the ability to predict anyone's past, present, and future accurately, merely by looking at their horoscope, called Kundli in India. But this ability was more a curse than a boon. M had read his own Kundli and understood clearly that his 5th house was severely afflicted. This meant that his firstborn child would suffer immensely throughout her life. Hence, When he reached a marriageable age, he put forth a condition before his parents. He would personally judge the kundli of the woman he was going to marry. Now, at least in Bihar, where we lived, kundli matching is serious business. Most arranged marriages take place only on the basis of horoscope matching. In some cases, the woman and man haven't even met each other till their wedding night. This was M's case. He only had the woman's kundli to judge them from. No meetings, dates, etc. It took a while and finally chose a woman whose kundli foretold she was to be the mother of the healthiest child there could be. He hoped that her kundli would be able to offset the bad luck foretold by his own. When he finally met her, he felt something was amiss, but chose to ignore those instincts since they had already been married. A few years later, she gave birth to a baby boy. Unfortunately, the baby had a birth defect that left him almost disabled. M was anguished by this turn of events. He had taken every step to mitigate this event, yet it came to pass. It also felt as if destiny was taunting his astrological abilities. He angrily confronted his wife, who broke down and confessed the truth. Her original kundli was terribly afflicted too. In fact, it was so bad, she had been getting rejected from every family she had sent her horoscope to. So, her parents contacted an astrologer who made her a fake kundli that was faultless. And the same was presented to M for inspection. And hence destiny, being all-powerful, brought together two people to share their common fate. M later accepted his fate and started taking good care of his son, whom he regarded as a result of God's will. Chudale is a mythical or legendary creature resembling a woman, which may be a demoniacal revenant said to occur in South Asia and Southeast Asia, particularly popular in India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. The churel is typically described as the ghost of an unpurified living thing, but because she is often said to latch onto trees, she's also called a tree spirit. They're said to have backward feet. In the early 1970s, my granduncle had got a government job with Varanasi's civic body in Uttar Pradesh, India, that was far away from his home in Ranchi, Jharkhand. Being young and unmarried, he rented a small house near his office and started living alone. At night, he used to stroll around the banks of River Ganges. One such night, he heard a woman crying. Upon looking around, he found an old woman in white sari, sobbing alone under a tree, just like a cliché Bollywood horror movie. The woman told him she was a widow. Widow women have to wear white, and that she had been abandoned by his son under the influence of his wife. My granduncle, being a kind fellow, told the woman she could come home with him and do the household chores like cooking and cleaning, etc. The woman happily accepted. My great-grandma wasn't impressed by what my granduncle did and warned him to keep an eye on the woman. The initial few days passed without any incidents, but things soon took a dark turn. The woman did all the household chores decently, but my granduncle found the food cooked by her to be abysmal in taste. The food increasingly got inedible, and he even complained about the quality of food to her, but in vain. One day, he decided to spy on her. Instead of leaving for the office, he hid in a corner and peeked into the window while the old woman was preparing food. What he saw inside was blood-curdling. The old woman was preparing dough. She was mixing her own shit with the dough and was kneading it with her feet. And her feet were turned backwards. As soon as the woman noticed my granduncle's presence, she disappeared. Granduncle says he fell sick with high fever for 10 to 12 days after the event, unable to believe what had happened to him. It took an occult practitioner who performed a Jada ritual, a minor exorcism, to get him back to normal. The club and I decided to go ghost hunting again for Halloween. Against my better judgment, lol. The story isn't as long, but still really creepy. So this time, we decided to go hunting off campus, and instead drive down some of the haunted roads near campus. The first road we went down is nicknamed Crybaby Road, because according to the legend, a woman hung her baby there and you can hear her wailing. We didn't hear any wailing, but the ghost did tell us to leave by saying turn left when we got to the end of the road, lol. The second road we went down was the scariest and probably the spookiest part of the night. The road, which I call H Road, is haunted by school children and a bus driver. According to the legend, the school bus accidentally went off-road, crashing into multiple trees before stopping at one large tree. This killed the bus driver instantly. The bus then burst into flames, killing all the children inside. They now all haunt the road. As we drove there, we were all vibing in the car, shooting the shit. But the closer we got, the more dread we began to feel. I felt very overwhelmed and felt like I was choking back sobs as we got closer. I had my phone out and was running my spirit box/detection app. The app lets out an audible beep that gets more frequent and louder when you get to a ghost. As we drove up the road, the beeping got louder and faster. We stopped and were about to make the turn down onto the road when the Spirit Box app let out a very clear "God, no!" Needless to say, we shit our pants and booked it out of there. As we did, one of our group members, who I'll call V, was pulling tarot cards to try and communicate with spirits. She pulled the Devil card. We all collectively started freaking out in the car, which was when it got slightly worse. Kay, who was our driver, her Google Maps lost signal and started telling her to turn around. It wouldn't redirect, just kept telling her to make a U-turn. We got the heck out of there as fast as we could. As we got further away from the road, everybody in the car started talking about how they felt like a weight had been lifted off of them, or that the tension they were feeling was suddenly gone. I didn't feel the same relief for most of the car ride. I just felt really sick and like I was going to burst into tears. I don't know if I was just super shaken or what it was, but I only felt better when we returned to campus. Right beside the road sat a house, dilapidated from time, and Mother Nature had long begun her work to erase what man built on her land. Today, it's gone, burned down by some teenagers doing things they shouldn't have. But in the late 30s, the little house was a scene of horrible crime. Two elderly sisters called it home then. One day in the summer, a convict that escaped from a chain gang called it a hideout from the law. He thought he was alone in the house, till he found the sisters hiding in the closet. Nobody knows why he did it, but the police described it as one of the most terrifying scenes they ever investigated. We used to call it the witch's house, because you could hear the screams from the two sisters when you walked by it. And if you've read some of my other posts, then you know about the woods that were just behind it. The newspaper described in detail the crime scene. My grandfather kept a copy of it, and I remember reading it like a Stephen King novel. The two women were found on the living room floor. One body was cut to pieces with the head, arms, and legs removed from the body. The other body had been stabbed multiple times and then cut open with the innards removed and placed beside the body. The limbs of the other body were found in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, with the head found in the trash can. Blood covered everything in the house. The convict was named, as were the two women, but I won't use their names. The convict was found in the attic in a panic-like state, covered in blood, and was crying how the two women attacked him. His statement read, "They came at me like they were possessed and moved faster than any human could move. They were chanting in a tongue he couldn't understand and told him he was to be sacrificed." The convict had several stab wounds, bite marks, and claw marks over his body. and died later at the hospital of an apparent heart attack. The article went on to say that before his death, he told police that he got away from the women and they turned on each other, and that one gutted the other before she died from her wounds. He said after that, it was quiet for a moment, so we came out only to find the body of one still trying to move after death and was still chanting. So he got an axe and cut her to pieces, and when he removed the head, she was still chanting. To this day, there's one part of this crime that is yet to be answered. There were markings on the walls in the old lady's blood that were described as rune-like symbols. They were written with 2 fingers, and blood was found on the fingers of a severed arm that seemed to be the fingers used to draw them, meaning the old lady had written them in her and her sister's own blood. The other strange thing is there were 5 reports the same day of convicts escaping the chain gangs, finding a house with 2 elderly women staying in them, and out of all of them, this is the only convict that seemed to survive. The others were killed by the elderly women. The summer of 1992 was the best summer ever for me. Just graduated high school, and came the fall, I was going to start work with a construction company, making very good money. A lot of celebration went on that summer, and one particular night after celebrating through a 5th of Jack Daniels, we decided to go spook hunting, as we called it. So with the Ouija board in hand, we set off for the witch's house. It seemed at the time the perfect place, and one that we never ventured to before. There were 3 of us, and soon we found ourselves standing at the back door of the shack of a house. On this night, it was quiet all around. No crickets calling, no frogs talking, no dogs barking, and no traffic on the road, which I remember was odd, because it was a major state road. It was way too quiet, as they say. With a knife and a crowbar, we managed to break in. The house had been boarded up ever since I could remember. Inside, we used flashlights to look around. You had to watch where you stepped because, as I found out, the floor had rotted in places. In the living room sat an old coffee table among trash and boxes of things scattered about. We decided to use it to play with the Ouija board. Coincidentally, I'll never own another Ouija board, nor will I ever allow another one in my home because of this story. We started off with yes and no questions. Is there anyone in the house with us? The board said yes. Would you like to talk to us? Again, it said yes. Are you okay? The board said no. What happened? It spelled out killed. Is there anything we can do to help you find peace? The board said yes. What can we do? The board spelled out die. The silence of that night was broken with the sounds of laughter that seemed to be coming from everywhere. A whisper at first, and it grew louder and louder. Our flashlights were going all around while we were trying to figure out where the laughter was coming from. That's when we started seeing the dried blood on the walls. We rushed for the back door, trying to jump over the rotted places and moving as fast as we could. When we got outside, we were faced with an orb floating just in front of us and moving as if to force us back inside. We scrambled and fell over each other, trying to get away. We left so fast we forgot the Ouija board, which was fine by me at the time. The orb chased us to the edge of the road, then vanished. We stood there on the side of the road as if we were playing hide and seek, and we made it to base and nothing could get us. Looking at the old shack. The laughter turned to screams so loud it must have woke someone up, and they called the cops. The walls of that shack were shaking, and we could hear things breaking inside. I could swear I saw someone moving around inside. When the police came, you could still hear the screaming. They asked what was going on, and naturally we lied. We were walking by and could hear it too. We were scared to go up there to see what was happening. That was our story for the night. The policeman walked up to the house and knocked on the door. The screams stopped suddenly, and the silence fell over everything again. Nobody answered the policeman, so they kicked the door in. We watched as the cop walked in and we could see his flashlight shine inside. The dried blood on the walls was gone. He came back out and walked up to us, still standing on the side of the road. I found out this is some kind of prank. All of you are going to be in a lot of trouble. We all just looked at each other in shock, not knowing what to say. I know you all have been drinking, and I can take you in right now for being underage. I suggest you go home and don't let me catch you out here again. The policeman left, and so did we. In shock after what just happened, we all felt that the night was done for us, and it was time to call it quits. My house was just a couple of blocks down the street, so it wasn't very long before I was home. I think all of us sobered up real quick when things started happening. Nonetheless, when I got home, I fell asleep pretty quick. The next morning started off normal. Other than the headache from Uncle Jack, it was starting off like nothing had happened. Until one of the guys called me. "Hey, did you get the Ouija board?" "No," I replied. "I think we left it." "Man, don't try to be funny," he said back to me like he was getting mad. "What the hell? Nobody had the Ouija board when the cop came last night, so I know we left it in the house." By now, I was wondering what was going on. Then how in the hell did it find its way back to my house? I was sitting on the back porch in the swing. Those woods hide many a dark secret. Some you don't want to know. To the teenagers that burned that house down a couple of years ago, I don't know what happened when you went in there, but I hope reading this, you know you aren't the only ones that had something happen. I hope what you did ended whatever supernatural thing was in there, but that house may have been a container holding it in. And what you did may have freed it instead. I hope not. Time will tell. So earlier this year, my family and I went to my mum's hometown for a holiday. We live in a different country now, and it's a really nice getaway. And something strange started happening. We stayed at the house my mum grew up in, which was quite big front garden and a massive back garden, like most people in that area do. When you go to the back garden, you have the neighbours' gardens on the left and right. And at the back, there's an area which, if I understand correctly, people share and use for their cows and or horses. Behind this shared area, there's a massive forest. Opposite the front of the house, there's a road, which is just outside the house. And on the other side of the road, there's a lot of hills, with many private areas, which are mainly used for animals and living. Anyway, we were there for just over 2 weeks, most of which we spent in the house due to the COVID isolation rules. We mainly spent this time outside, either playing or cleaning the garden, cutting the grass, chopping down old tree branches, etc. Every now and then, I would hear this really weird noise. The best way I can describe it is a human laugh mixed with a dog's or wolf's howl. It would last for about 2 to 3 seconds before stopping. Sometimes it would be about 5 of these laughs in a row. Sometimes it was only 1. To make it even weirder, it was quite loud, but it sounded like it was coming from far away. However, everything echoed if it was loud. Everything from a person shouting to an ambulance's sirens and train siren, is that how you call it? Would echo. So the sound had to be coming from nearby, and yet it sounded like it came from so far away. The thing is, it looked like I was the only one reacting to this sound in any way for the first couple days. So I asked my mum if she heard the sound, and she said she didn't, but it was probably some sort of animal. So I kept an eye out over the next few days to see if I could spot it. However, all I could see was cows, horses, sheep, goats, chicken and pigs, none of which could make that sound. The sound kept happening very randomly and irregularly over the duration of our stay. And for a long time, it seemed I was the only one hearing it, until I realised my brother was reacting to it as well. I asked him what he was reacting to, and he described the same sound I was hearing. Okay, now the light. The toilet is actually outside, even though we're currently renovating the house and started building a toilet inside. And I needed to go to one night. So I grabbed a torch and out I went. As I look up at the sky, I see this light the size of a big star, but it was L-shaped. I thought I was half asleep, so I ignored it. So I went to the toilet, did my business, then started walking back towards the house. I stopped to look back at the place where the star was, and now it looked like a square U, sort of like an L and an inverted L right next to it. As I was wondering about what it could be, I heard the laughter again. I pointed the torch towards where I thought it came from, but then it started coming from all around me. Call me what you want, but I got scared, so I just sprinted to the house. But yeah, this is it. Both my siblings are still in school, and every morning my mum and I help them get ready, and then my mum drives my brother to school while my sister takes the bus. While they were getting ready, my mum popped these half-baked mini baguettes into the oven. After they were ready, we took them out and my sister turned the oven off. Both my mum and I double-checked to make sure it was definitely off. Anyway, it got to the point where they all left, so I decided to clean up a little bit. I took a little break to use the toilet and turned the kitchen light off as I left. While I was doing my business, I heard a strange noise coming from downstairs. The best I can describe it is a sheet of paper being ripped, but very loud. I went downstairs as soon as I could to check what happened. I realised that the light in the kitchen was on, even though I'm 100% sure I switched it off. And the oven was also on, which, as mentioned before, my sister turned the oven off and then 2 people double-checked and it was actually off. Nothing else was moved or was out of the ordinary. I told this to my mum when she got back, but she just laughed. I get this might have left the light on, but as I said before, I'm sure I turned it off. But the oven? 3 people were sure it was off. And it's one of those ovens where you have to twist the knob to whatever temperature you want or need. So it's almost impossible to turn it on or off by mistake and without realising. A few years ago, I met a new friend. I'll call her Leia. As soon as I met Leia, I felt a connection. There were so many things that I liked and admired about her, plus she really helped me through a very desperate and upsetting experience in my life. We both also shared the all-too-common illness of depression for many years. We both had survived some pretty hard times. Leia had a lot of experience with trauma, hers and others. A lot. After many of those dreadful traumatic experiences, she decided to uproot herself. She moved away, and she changed practically everything about her life. A few months later, one night I had an experience, kind of like a dream. But it was like no other dream I've ever had. I've also had experiences with sleep paralysis, and it wasn't that either. In this experience, I couldn't see anything. There wasn't anything to see or hear. Nothing ominous about it. It was like those senses weren't really operating or necessary. But I could just sense another presence with me. I could sense friend and female. But beyond that, no real identity, but that wasn't a problem. This was a calm and friendly presence, despite what they were communicating to me. The presence wanted me to smash through. Hard to explain, it was sort of like smashing a car at full speed into a concrete wall. I resisted. I knew that to do this meant we would be dead. I tried to communicate with the spirit that we shouldn't do this, but the spirit was so insistent. I had to do this. Not ominous, not malevolent, just calmly insistent. So I did. Smashed through. There was still no light, no sound, but now I wasn't attached to the ground. Just hovering, not flying. It wasn't heaven, it wasn't hell. It was just kind of without anything. I asked, without speaking, "Is this dead?" And the response came back, without speaking, "Yes, this is dead, and you do not belong here." I snapped out of the experience and was just in a daze. Like, what the fuck was that? I didn't want to tell my husband. I didn't want to tell him that his wife just had a dream about being told to smash into dead and did it. But it was so bizarre and I was so uneasy about it that I just had to tell him. 2 days later, I received a text. Leia had died by suicide, and it was on the night of my dream. I was in shock and so upset. Suddenly, it dawned on me that my visitor had been Leia. She knew how crushed I would be. She knew I would be suicidal. Somehow she found her way to me to tell me that dead was not where I should be. Before this experience, I would have said that I believed in spirits. Now, I know that somehow they absolutely exist. I also have a profound sense now that no matter how depressed I feel, that suicide is never supposed to be an option for me. My meditation tonight was kicked off after 2 songs. Pucifer, The Humbling River, and then live lightning crashes. I really love and feel The Humbling River and see it as a referencing the awakening and our golden future. The second song sent me into a deep cathartic cry, as my grandmother passed away very recently. I was blessed to be by her side in the days prior. I cried hard and marvelled at the beauty of existence, both life and death. After the crying subsided, I could feel my crown and third eye chakras strongly active. I put on a guided breathing meditation track, which was literally just rhythmic breathing, which I came to notice was similar to the rhythm of breathing when falling asleep. The breathing was deep breaths in, short, quick breaths out. It gave me cold tingles like overlapping webs at my feet, hands, and chakras, branching out into the body. I didn't fully follow the breathing, but went with what was comfortable after the sensations really kicked in. I could see a tunnel of small overlapping spheres as a structure behind the other hallucinations. I began meditating on no one, seeing in my mind's eye the letters spinning around with the E remaining in place, or the E rotating round. It highlighted the mirror nature of no on, and it became a shiny mirrored visual, split down the middle. I then shifted to no one is watching, with no one now feeling like a presence. From there, I went on to do something I saw earlier today. I saw multiple instances of 222 and 22222 and such, followed by a car license plate that read 2 eyes. So I meditated on 2 eyes, which morphed into 2 eyes. I then saw a face flickering back and forth in a hemi-sync like rhythm. There was a red masculine visage and a blue feminine visage. They were also laid over each other. Anywhere it was red masculine and blue feminine still. Then the blue entity came through very strongly. I could really see her manifesting. For the first time, changing into various versions of herself, but always blue energy. The goddess, Anima, the female voice which often gives me messages. Aware of the mirror again, I asked her, "How do you know which side of the mirror is real?" She replied, "They are both real. That's how a holographic fractal works." And I was shown that my partner is absolutely and definitely, specifically my twin soul. Our connection is very strong, and I had suspected something along these lines. This confirmed the specific nature of our connection. Exploring, I came across the thought of living a life and dying, and having it mean nothing. There was a visceral dark pain there, so I lingered to clear it out. Someone told you that your existence was meaningless, and part of you believed them and was very hurt, she said. So I asked her, "What's the meaning of my life?" After a few moments of me pondering what meaning there could possibly be, the reply, "To truly appreciate the beauty of existence." I saw 2 oppositely spinning dark vortexes, and the eye again. I went through the eye and the visuals became twice as vivid. When the energy focus settles at the sacral chakra, I can feel love overflowing from it, filling up my body. I also felt the full line of the root chakra, the physical lifeline of the chakra system. It flows from the base out through the genitalia. The third eye today was very powerfully activated, connecting all the way through in a line as well, to the well of dreams chakra in the back, which struck me as being more importantly the visual cortex. I'm searching the chakra system for an endogenous release of DMT. The visuals are strong, but I'm not certain if I've found it yet. Not in the way that the sacral chakra fills me with love. At some point in the middle, I was feeling all three eyes equally. It felt like all three were partially submerged in cool water. As I continued to focus on this, I noticed tears slowly making their way down my face, without any of the normal feelings or emotions associated with crying. I could just feel the flow, and so they were flowing. At the very end of my meditation, I was very vividly and clearly rickrolled by the anema. Cheeky, but also very sweet. Another important thing reinforced last night: by increasing our unconditional love, we unlock more of our hidden self directly. Since my separation from the Navy 3 years ago now, I've been working part-time doing security at the local bars and clubs. I recently just finished my last 2 days, thankfully, because I now have more time to spend with my 5-month-old son and wife, without feeling drained from working 6 to 7 days a week. Don't ask how I did it, I don't know. A few months back, I was working at one of the aforementioned local bars. It so happened to be one of my favourite spots to work. Good food, decent pay, and all around amazing people. There were hardly any fights, so my job mostly consists of escorting or throwing people out when they're too blitzed, or kicking out sailors after curfew. Well, you get ill, have a good time, and chatting with drunk customers. Then my wife called me. That's weird, I thought. It's 2 a.m. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little anxious. I mean, we do have a freshly buttered baby in the house, so I'm sure you can understand. She told me she couldn't sleep because of a nightmare. I finally let my breath go. I told her I couldn't talk too much on the clock, so I told her to just message me. We began texting each other, and I asked about her nightmare. I wish I hadn't. She began to describe the recurring nightmare, beginning with her sleeping alone in our room. She woke up to a man sitting on our bed. Frozen in fear, she can't say anything, but he begins to speak. You know, for a long time I've been watching you. I want your baby. When he finally turns to her, she can only make out a pair of red eyes. I then asked what his voice sounded like. She said his voice was so deep that it didn't sound like something that could come from a human. She continued to tell me the rest. He then walks into my son's room, grabs him, and then disappears. She's been having that dream around the same time that I was having mine. It's been months since either of us have dreamt about him, although recently my closets now have a very heavy and dark feeling to this day. Like he's just waiting for that day to strike. Fast forward to now. We introduced the new year and things were feeling pretty light until 2 nights ago. My wife began talking in her sleep around 3 a.m. Normally, I didn't wake up until 4. So that's when my son decides to be an ass and wants to play with me. She kept saying, no, don't take him. He's not yours. I began feeling that sense of dread and malice from my dreams about the red-eyed man in the closet. Same as when I was you and still the same now. I jumped up, scaring my wife, and running to my son's room only to find the room a lot darker than usual, even with the blinds open and his nightlight on. The worst part, the absolute thing that filled me with fear, rage and confusion, was that his closet was wide open. A 5-month-old infant can't climb out of a crib and open 2 heavy fucking doors. After seeing that, I told my wife to pack a bag at least for a few days. They're currently staying at my in-laws' house in the countryside. Being a very traditional Japanese family, I know that they have a lot of talismans and protective barriers around the house. I've been home alone for 2 days and 2 nights. I do feel that feeling of being watched at times. Yet I try to apply logic, first being a veteran and all, but sometimes logic really cannot make sense for the things that go on in my house. I have a priest and a shaman coming to my home today. I hope it works for now. Among the Sami people, we have many sayings that we use when something is going to happen. Examples are, if your nose is itchy, then you'll become angry. If a reindeer is running around, then a storm is on its way. If there are a lot of insects in the summer, then the berry season will be good. But one of the sayings is about the fox and its scream. There was a small Sami village. They lived in lavas, similar to Native American teepees, and moved with their reindeer herd, following them as they moved over the tundra. There was a family living there, consisting of 3 brothers, each with their families. They were starting to become old, with them all being in their 60s. One day, when the oldest brother, called Johan, was outside making skis for his grandson, he saw something coming out of the nearby forest. It's a fox. He thinks it's odd, as the foxes never come out in broad daylight. But this one just sits there, looking at him. Then all of a sudden, it starts screaming. It screams loudly, and it won't stop at all. Then out came Johan's son. Angry, he was about to send his dog after the fox, but Johan stopped him. He tells his son, "Don't chase the fox away. It's just come to tell me that I'm going to die." Johan's son stops and looks at his father, a bit concerned about his father's words. The fox disappears back into the woods. They all gather at Johan's lavu, asking him what he meant about the fox. He calmly says, "The fox has done nothing wrong. He just came to tell me my end is near, and that you shouldn't be surprised when I don't wake up these days." Sure enough, 3 days later, Johan had passed away in his sleep. They decided to bury him in the forest, near a small river that he liked to sit by. As they were digging the grave, they saw something coming from the trees. It's the fox again. It just sits there looking at them. They went to the grave each day of the week, and sure enough, the fox was there, looking at them in silence. When she was around 11 years old, they used to live in lavus, similar to Native American teepees, between 2 mountains, with 2 small towns also in each fjord. She's 60 years old now. She was young, and they didn't have a car to travel with. One day, her mother, my grandpa's sister, asked her if she would go down to the large marsh and cut some grass. We used to cut grass that we put into our fur shoes to keep our feet warm and dry. Those grasses found in forest marshes are the best to use. They packed some food, took their sickles and walked down into the forest and the marsh. Their dog was also really excited to come along. They started cutting and gathered quite a lot of gas throughout the day. The midnight sun had started appearing when her mother decided that it was enough. They had packed a huge cloth piece and tied them between 2 trees. They decided to stay there for the night. They lay under it, safe from all the blood-sucking insects. The dog is also sleeping with them. Then all of a sudden, her mother sits up. The dog also raises its ears. She asks her what's going on. Her mother tells her to be quiet. Then she hears it. Voices. They hear voices coming from the woods. They both go outside to check, but immediately when they go outside, it turns quiet. They think that it was probably people fishing or drinking. They go back inside to sleep again. Then just as they were about to fall asleep, the voices are heard again, this time even closer. This time they can hear that it's a language they don't understand. Again, they go out and check, and sure enough, the voices stop. Again, they go inside to sleep, but she sees that her mother is not sleeping, so she's also wide awake. Then again, the voices are heard. They hear just one word, and they know what language they're speaking. That word was Hitler. Her mother told her to stay inside with the dog while she goes and checks. Sure enough, There's no one there. Her mother comes inside again. She says that there was no one there. She also says that it's just the marsh that's playing with them and that they could sleep peacefully. So my aunt does fall asleep. The next morning when she wakes up, she looks at her mom. She sees that she hasn't slept the night and has been up. They decide to quickly pack up and walk back home. So in the place we have huts now, which is above the marsh and the forest, there's a small bunker close to the road. It was used in World War II for something, and it still stands there to this day. "60 years ago, when she was just a child, she and her family would move with their reindeer to the tundra by the summer. She lived with her parents, 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. The sisters are the youngest, and they like to run among the hills and play all day. One day, a friend of her father, my great-grandpa, had come to visit. He was a city man, and he wanted to have a little break from the city. He came to them and stayed there for a week. They fished, gathered berries, and had a good time. He was a nice man, and was really nice to the children, giving them candy and everything. On the last day before he was leaving, he decided to take a stroll among the hills. He walked a little bit before noticing something. 2 girls playing on a small hilltop. He just laughed. Those sisters are so nice. They just like to run among the hills all day. I hope my children also get to experience the same. He returns to their camp. He mentions to my great-grandpa, "I saw your daughters running around just now, a little bit south of our camp." He was met with silence. My great-grandma said, "That can't be. Our daughters have been here the whole day." The man felt cold coming down his spine. He ran back to the place where he had seen them. Sure enough, there was no one there. He ran back a bit worried. My great-grandma said to him, "Don't worry, it's just older children that have come out to play. They aren't dangerous, but take this needle with you just in case you meet an older woman. They can try to kidnap you if you aren't able to defend yourself." So the man hurried all the way down from the tundra and back into the city. I've been living in an OctagonHouse built in 1855 for over 20 years, and I've experienced some things over the years which I have posted in the past. The last major event occurred as my family and I sat down for Thanksgiving dinner around 4 p.m. in our kitchen on the first floor of our 2-floor single-family home. Shortly after everyone was seated, I distinctly heard unmistakable footsteps on the second floor, above the kitchen where nobody was at the time. The steps continued in what sounded like movement across the upstairs room, and then down the stairs directly outside the open kitchen doorway. The steps then began to approach me from behind, although I didn't look back, since it all happened really fast. I could actually feel the thumping of the floorboards as the footsteps approached. Before I had a chance to say anything, my youngest daughter looked under the table and said to me, "Oh, you're doing that, Dad." I said, "No, it's not me. And you heard and felt that too?" It was creepy to say the least, and the weird thing is that only my younger daughter and I heard or felt anything. My other daughter and wife didn't have a clue what we had experienced. The unique thing about this experience is that only my youngest daughter and I have experienced things in the house. Never my wife or older daughter. Makes you think we're tuned into these experiences more than them. I've owned my OctagonHouse, built in 1855 and has 8 equal sides, for about 18 years. Just recently, I've experienced some things I can't explain. This story is 100% true, and I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts or spirits, etc. So I'm not jumping to any conclusions or ready to sell the house just yet. About 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with my 10-year-old daughter sleeping in her bed. She would run into our bed every night. Not unusual, as I'm sure anyone with children can attest. One night, my daughter ran into our room and jumped into the bed, taking up all the room and blankets. I decided to get up and sleep in her bed for the night. At about 3 a.m., I was sleeping on my side facing my daughter's bedroom door. I opened my eyes without moving at all, and right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child looking at me. No features at all, just like a black, cloudy/smoky form that had a volume to it, not two-dimensional. I didn't move or blink for about 15 or 20 seconds, and it just blew away to my right. Surprisingly enough, I didn't jump out of my bed and run or anything like that. I just rolled over on my back and started to ask myself if I had really seen what I thought I did. I then looked at my phone on the floor and it was about 3:15 a.m. After laying there for a couple minutes, I started to get scared about what I saw and returned to my bedroom where my wife and daughter were sleeping. I climbed into bed with them and eventually went back to sleep. In the morning, I told my wife, but not my daughter. I never would, since I didn't want to scare her. I had since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis or something like that, but deep down, I knew I was sure I was awake. It gets crazier. Just last week, my family and I were out to dinner and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she had ever experienced anything she couldn't explain. Remember, I never told her about my experience. She then said one night in her bed, she woke up and saw the shadow of a girl floating near the door. I of course didn't tell her I did as well, but my wife and I locked eyes and she said we were both crazy. There have also recently been some other things happening with electronics acting up, phones coming on in the middle of the night, playing videos, and the TV changing channels, but thank God no shadow people. My dog has also been barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms, at times when nobody's there. About 8 years ago, I was a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Part of my job was being on call about 1 week a month for after business hour network issues. This particular event just happened to fall on, believe it or not, Halloween night. Sounds like the start of a fictional story, I know, but this is 100% true with no exaggerations. As is often the case when on call, the chances that you're going to get called about an issue just as you're jumping into bed for the night. On this night, Halloween, at about 12 p.m, I was getting ready for bed and said to my wife that the only cell site I wouldn't want to get called out to fix was a particular old church built in the 1820s, not far from my town. It was an old wooden colonial New England church that had at least one grave inside the chapel, containing the original minister from the early 1800s. Our cellular equipment was located in a small locked room in the steeple, just below the bell, with a combination only people that worked for my company knew. Well, wouldn't you know it? Just as I mentioned to my wife about the church and my head just about to hit the pillow, my phone rang. It was the NOC, the National Operations Centre, calling to inform me that a radio was down and they wanted me to head to the site ASAP to troubleshoot the issue. To put it into perspective, there were about 2,000 cell sites at this time in the network I was on call for. I said, okay, what site? And they said the site was assigned to the old wooden church. My heart dropped and my pulse picked up. I then asked what they thought the issue was, since they could usually see the alarm type prior to dispatch. The NOC said they had never seen this happen before without someone on site, but the radio set itself into local mode. Local mode is a function on the radio equipment that can only be done by pushing in a button on the face of the radio while on site. You would not be able to do it with remote access. I calmly said okay, and that I would take care of it, and hung up the phone. Needless to say, I stayed in bed, waited an hour, and called the NOC back to inform them that the key was missing, and the issue would need to be fixed in the AM. There was no way I was going out to see who, what, how the equipment was tampered with. In the morning when I did arrive, sure enough, the radio was powered on, and all I had to do to recover the equipment was push the button and take it out of local mode. About 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters took the PATH train from Jersey City to Manhattan's Penn Station. We exited the station and stood on the sidewalk as I tried to hail a cab. The day was sunny and bright without any clouds from what I remember. I stepped off the curb with my wife and girls standing behind me in a group on the sidewalk. As I had my right hand up in the air to get a cab's attention, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a tall black shadow of a man with a large brimmed hat in what appeared to be a long coat standing extremely close behind my family. So close, in fact, that I remember it bothered me that anyone would be so close to them. And being NYC, who knew what their intention was? At that moment, I turned my head to the left to get a better look, and to my surprise, for a split second, I saw the faceless black shadow that scared the crap out of me. It happened so fast. I did a double take, and it was fully focused. It was gone. I just said, wow, and my family looked at me weird as I looked up and down the street trying to see someone that would have caused me to see what I saw. I looked at the building and shadows on the windows behind them to make sure it wasn't a shadow from across the street. I didn't see anything that would have caused it, and by the time a cab had stopped and was waiting for us to get in, which we did and drove away, I was very freaked out to say the least, and was worried about my vision and thought maybe I was having issues with blind spots and shadows, etc. I even feared that maybe I was having a hallucination for some reason and worried that it could be something that doesn't go away. I decided not to tell my wife and to see if I saw something similar for a few days. Thank God for the next few days, I didn't have any sightings and told my wife, who thought it was interesting but didn't pay much attention to it. A few weeks after we got home, I googled Hatman, not knowing anything about it or that it was even a thing, but was shocked to see others have reported the same thing. The locals tell us that at the end of the 19th century, there was a house in this place. Anastina Samuel's daughter lived here. It is said that she was a prostitute. In the 19th century, prostitution was even considered a medical need. Healthy men were judged to need to visit prostitutes to maintain their health. But Anna became pregnant, and the children she gave birth to were killed and hung up in the tree. This is said to have caused all the branches of the tree to grow in the same direction. Those who have visited the child murderer's cross say that they have heard baby crying and seen light bulbs coming up one road and then disappearing into the forest. Whatever the case of the stories, the secluded location, the overgrown foundation of the house, and the strange tree the child murderer's cross make it a rather spooky and haunted place. There's a well-known story about a young couple who must have pitched their tent at the child murderer's cross to spend the night. They suddenly woke up to a deafening baby cry. Panicking, the couple fled the scene and left both tents and belongings behind. They never returned to pick them up. I'm very interested in the paranormal, as is my friend, so we thought it sounded like a great idea to go there. After all, I had an EMF meter, which senses the surroundings. We went there during the day. We're not stupid that way. When we got there, we saw that the tree had become so vandalised that only the stump was left. But people have painted upside-down crosses on other trees. The tree has always been seen as the evil that exists on the site, and therefore people have probably destroyed it. But when we were there, my friend was a little nauseous. She's a little sensitive to paranormal stuff. We walked around and looked a bit for the foundation of the house. We found it a little further from the road. I got some reaction to EMF, but not much. My friend and I looked at each other and decided to walk around the open plan next to the foundation. Just as we stood there asking questions, it was like, well, it got quiet. We might have heard some bird before, but now it was so deafeningly quiet. I looked in among the trees and got a very familiar feeling in me. That someone was watching us from the trees. You know that feeling you get when you know that someone, maybe a friend, who is hiding to jump out and scare you? You say, I knew you were there. That was the feeling. So if I had approached one of the trees and looked behind it, I would surely have found something. that feeling. But the security of the light from the day kept us calmer. Had it been night, we would have easily died of fear. Then it would be harder to see something. I looked at my friend and asked if we should go when we both started to feel anxious. My friend had crouched down a bit and held her stomach, and said that she was feeling unwell and how it was burning in her neck. I looked but couldn't see anything. She told me it was like a burning sensation, and I said yes, now we go. When we got to my car and when I was about to pick up the key, we heard a big bang from my car, like someone stomped hard on the car floor. It has not sounded like that before. We looked at each other. Me, not my car. Friend, did you hear that? Just when we're leaving too. It sounded like it came from the trunk. No, do not say she's hiding in the luggage. I opened the luggage, but nothing was there. We looked everywhere, but nothing was there. We jumped in. I looked at my friend and said, "Look now when I'm not starting." I pulled the key. It was a bit sluggish, but went and started. When we drove along the forest, the feeling wasn't over. But when we saw civilization again, we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. During the third lockdown in the UK, January to March 2021, I was up in Derbyshire with my family. I'm a student, so I was in my last year of sixth form then. To do online school on Zoom, my parents suggested I go to the vacant cottage that my parents usually use as an Airbnb, so that I wouldn't be disturbed by the noise of the house, with both parents working over Zoom and my younger sibling doing online school. This cottage was built by my great-grandfather, so my family inherited it. It's been renovated and looks relatively modern on the inside, but it's quite a quiet little village, and although not isolated, it can sometimes feel a little bit lonely. I would often sleep over there to finish my work and just relax rather than getting my parents to have to drive out to take me home. And every night I did so, I would lock up at around 6:30 p.m. However, one night it must have slipped my mind to lock up after finishing my homework, and I just went upstairs and took a bath. I came downstairs, watched some TV, and I realised I couldn't remember if I had locked up or not. So I went to the front door and noticed that the keys weren't on the table next to it. For context, I would always leave my keys on that table, without fail. I then checked to see if the door was locked, and of course it wasn't. The door swung out to the darkness outside. I closed it and started to retrace my steps, not yet too concerned about its whereabouts, just thinking I'd had it in my hands and put it somewhere stupid. So I've opened almost every drawer in this cottage, looked in the fridge, through the bins, in case I'd accidentally thrown it out with something, checked all my pockets, my bag, etc. Almost every place, including absurd places just to be sure. It wasn't anywhere. I decided to go back downstairs again and start all over again for the third time, starting from the front door, when I saw the keys there, on the table, placed perfectly straight and neat and pointing toward me. I had checked that table twice and hadn't seen it before then, yet there it was, perfectly in plain sight and right where I would usually leave it. I was immediately on edge. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was so unnerving to see it reappear in the most tauntingly obvious place possible. My first reaction was to grab a large kitchen knife and call my dad to come over, as I thought that maybe someone had crept into the cottage whilst I was bathing and was taunting me, playing mind games. He rushed over, checked over the whole house, but there was no one in the cottage except for me and him. He laughed at me for not looking properly, and no amount of assurance would convince him that it just appeared. Once I knew that it wasn't an actual knife-wielding maniac, I felt fine again. But when I came home, my mum told me that my uncle had had a paranormal experience there too. My uncle works as a builder / plumber / electrician, and he did some renovations in the attic. He's never lied in his life. In fact, he tells the hard truth 100% of the time, even if it would be better to say nothing at all. He told my mom that when he was in the attic in the dark, he heard an old woman's voice in a low tone ask, "Hello?" Apparently, he bolted out of there. She didn't really tell me much else. There's another story too. When we were younger, we temporarily lived in the cottage when our house experienced some issues with the water pipes. One night, our babysitter experienced a sort of sleep paralysis, where she said she saw a shadowy figure of a woman come into her room and begin to choke her. When she woke up, she had her hands around her neck and was coughing and spluttering. I don't know how much sleep paralysis plays into the paranormal, so I didn't know whether to include it here, but maybe it could be connected. Anyway, I'd love to hear people's thoughts on these events that have taken place in the cottage. As far as I know, no one who's used the Airbnb has complained of any issues.